Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And greetings, family. You're on again with the kings of Pan Africanism and Nationhood, Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. And tonight's topic, family, is deadly clowns are taking over. Is the Pan African movement a circus? And this is the Afrikstan Analysis. All right, so family, that's the link right here. Get the BAIO Global Pipeline App. So yes, family, we're gonna get right into it. Another wonderful week, and it's all kind of stuff going on in the world, but we can't keep up with all of it because we're focused on Pan Africanism and nationhood. So yes, my brother Kala, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, man. Glad to be back, man. Like Tuesday was too long, man. We almost did a show last night, so I couldn't wait to get on the mic.
Oh, excellent, man. I'll be telling people that when some of us
When you
actually work for a living, some of us
oh,
actually have business and
and I do a
and
radio show,
responsibilities for a living, so we
and
can't be on
also
YouTube three, four
I,
times a day.
I do a radio show. My radio show is Wednesday night on WDAVIA VILE radio.com, right? I have the Voice of the Kala Nation radio show Wednesday nights Eastern Standard Time. The broadcast throughout the world. The Real Radio is the largest Black-owned online radio platform, R&B, hip hop. I have my brother, my childhood friend Chris, and his brother, his boy James. They have a show on Saturdays called the Show Brothers. You want to see real hip hop and real DJing? You tune in on Saturday. Download the app or go to your TuneIn. It's also TuneIn, or the TuneIn has all streams all over the place. But on TuneIn, you could just download Gangsterville Radio or TuneIn Radio. Listen to me, listen to him, listen to all the shows that we have and everything like that. This is groundbreaking. As this radio station grows, it's showing real, organic Black content. In other words, basically, I have the first talk show. This is my third year. I'm going to my third year on the Real Radio, formerly Gangsterville Radio. And the bottom line, I talk about social issues, topics. I have humor and everything. I do comedy skits and whatnot. My last skit that I did a week ago was called Big Shirley versus the Passport Bros, right? And and like I said, you saw the skit I did with the Deadly Clowns, the Circus, and the Ringmaster. That was a classic.
Yeah, that was a classic.
Go to Kala Nation on Spotify, right? You want to see some old episodes and everything like that. I most of my shows I put them online and on Spotify and everything. I upload them to Spotify and everything. You can watch it. Deadly Clowns, the Ringmaster. And I have a whole bunch of series, The Enemy Within. A whole bunch of themes that I started on Blog Talk Radio 13, 14 years ago, and I kept the same themes. I would talk about the Enemy Within. I would talk about the jack-legged preacher, the rogue element, the race trader, and I've been building on that for years on Blogosphere and stuff like that, because this is what being a culture critic is, right? And I got this from my Black conscious era. When you're Black conscious, right? Before you could be a Pan-Africanist, a nationalist, everything, you have to know who you are in your soul, okay? You have to love who you are and know who you are and believe in God, that God made you this way. God made me a man. He didn't make me a woman. He didn't make me a binary, trans, whatever the hell it is they're trying to push on us. God made me a man. He made me a Black man. And he told me that you have to be proud of what I made you, and that's who you are. You stand up. So any sort of situation where you don't feel that you feel good enough in your own skin, walk away from it. Now, some people say, well, America, what do you think about America? America doesn't, I can get the impression America doesn't really love me, And when I was growing up and whatnot, and I had a choice. Either I hate myself, hate my people, believe all the stuff about my people and everything like that, hate my people like most Uncle Toms or race traders do. They end up hating their own race and everything, and they become Black conservatives or extreme liberal. They do anything else but be normal Black that you can see they come from a Black family, good rearing and everything like that. They don't have no love for the community. They have because they've been convinced that there's something wrong with them for being Black, okay? And then you got some people who will go to be a Black conservative. And now what we're seeing now is that there's some people who are becoming conscious, right? Where do you think this freaking stupid Native American stupid nonsense on black people come from? It's a hatred of being what they are. And more, and I'm saying, like, this is why I'm doing the show tonight, right? We got way too many people, right, who let this deadly clown culture and nonsense exist in their spaces because somebody's selling you super chats, somebody's showing you money and everything. You have a good conversation, right? And look on TikTok, right? Yeah, but we are not Africans. We are native to this country. We were here before. They're trying to con people, putting out videos of black people were here before the Native Americans. All this to justify and to do the worst thing you could ever do is to not deny the transatlantic slave trade, the Ma'af, or the Holocaust. When you deny your ancestors, you are an abomination. You know what I'm saying? You are a curse. You are committing blasphemy. Okay? Now, if you believe in the transatlantic slave trade, you believe we came here in transatlantic slave trade, I'm gonna tell you right now, no matter how much I disagree with you, you are 75% there. 75% there. If you believe that we were not here before the so-called indigenous people, that we are not amalgamation, that people trying to put out now, that some of our greatness is because we got white in us, because we got Indian in us, and we're not Africans like anybody else. I heard that last night on that dude that got the show called Black, another deadly clown, that dude that got the show called Black Skin is Made. He's with ADOS FBA. He has ADOS FBA nonsense and everything. Now, on one hand, I'm gonna talk about this too. He did a good job at checking these stupid Nigerians and black. Come over here, right? But that should be us doing that, right? So when you got people that sit there in the chat room, and I'm seeing it all the time, always we're not Native, and they begin to believe it. We're not come from Africa. You know, what the hell are you then? You know, what does your DNA say? You look in the mirror. You go drive down the street in the wrong neighborhood. When the cop are gonna pull out, you Aboriginal, you know, he look at you like, nigga, what the hell are you doing in this neighborhood? So this is what we're talking about, deadly clownism. And what I said, what's that to do with the parents? Because I'm seeing too many people, they want to be lukewarm. You know, I want to be Pan-African, but I also believe that we were already here in America. We were already here, you know, and stuff like this. That shit cannot fly. I read people like, oh yeah, Kala, what not? Yeah, look, you know, there's no halfway. If you believe that you are a black African, or you don't. If you don't, then go over on the other side because I don't want anything to do with you. You know, if you can't stand on this thing saying yes, you say, well, it's painful. I know it's painful. Our history is painful, but we had a lot. Instead of learning our history, right? Because let me give you an example, right? I was like that at one time, right? I wanted to change my name. I didn't want to be identified with being Black American, African American, right? Because it was so painful, slavery. Then it dawned on me, right? The only reason I'm doing that is because I wanted to make myself more agreeable with white people. So I said, look, if I had an African name, whatever like that, they wouldn't see me, looked at me as it. So I'm basically throwing my ancestors under the bus, right? And it wasn't about being closer to Africa. It was just trying to be different than my other people, you know? And I grew up since then. I learned to embrace both of them. But a lot of people get into the so-called Pan-African movement to escape the hurt and pain that they know is their ancestry. But what you have to do is learn the greatness of your people, right? And learn the resilience of the people. Because there's a concerted effort right now on all fronts to break Black America and bring us onto our knees. Make us hate ourselves, make us hate everything about us and everything, hate our hair, hate our heritage, curse our ancestors and everything, you know, and worship somebody else, whether it's worshiping a white man or worshiping Africa. You know, you can't have a relationship with America unless you love yourself. You can't have a relationship with Africa unless you love yourself. You have to stand on and say, this is what I am. Okay? My ancestors are here, 400 years, this is who we are. Now, if we're going to go forward and building a Pan-African thing, both sides of the Atlantic equation have to respect each other and our differences. But the Pan-African movement is anything but that right now. The Pan-African movement is basically hijacked by buffoons who telling you that you got to hate who you are to be acceptable by people, you know, from another country who came here because they couldn't survive in their own countries. You know? See, this is the type of conversation we got to steal back from these ADOS FBA people. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm losing a lot of people that were once Pan-African 4 years ago, man, everybody was like, power Pan-African. What the hell happened? You know, everybody's laughing, right? I'm losing major people that went to Africa, everything. They come back and they're freaking ADOS FBA. What the hell happened? I have a guy, Wesley, that lives in Ghana. He's been there. I don't know if you met him or not, right? But he lives in Ghana, but I think he moved to the northern country, right? This dude, Wesley, he's a BAO member, right? I've known him for years, right? And he lives in Ghana, right? And he's trying to build a community up there. He's straight ADOS FBA. I say, yo, how the hell you become ADOS FBA? You've been living in Ghana for like 12 years now. Yo, man, we got to tribe up and whatnot. What the hell's happening? You know, what the hell's happening is turning people into this ADOS FBA. It's like a freaking nightmare. You know? So we have to steal the argument, right, back for our people. In other words, basically, nobody wants to feel like they're being punked. Nobody wants to feel like they're being punked, you know? Anthony, shut up, or Anthony Ali. You know, shut the hell up, man. You shut up, man. You know? You participated in that, though. What are you talking about? What is Anthony talking about? Anthony's a clown. That's what I'm saying. We're glad we have Deadly Clown Show tonight because Deadly Clowns are going to start pouring in, you know? And so
absolutely, Fami. Continue.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this. I'm saying that a lot of people had the idea that we have to bow down to people that just to be accepted. I'll be like this. We're just as African as somebody in Ghana. And I'll make the case of that tonight, right? Some of these tribes you look at in Africa, right, are just as old as Black America. Black America, you say, was 400 years old, maybe a little more, right? Some of these tribes didn't come about until the Europeans came there. You know, Europeans came and named them the Zulu, this, that, the other thing. In Liberia, all the tribes were named after the settlers from America, right? You're a Grebo man, you know, and some people say, no, we're not really called crew, we're called this. I said, what we call crew? They'll say, y'all call us crew. And we was went by it, right? You know, you got the Mono people, we call them Ma people. I said, I don't know, but I just like Mono. You know, Pele was called something else, right? But we just called them Pele or not, you know, the Pele, we just look, okay, the Pele, Grebo, and the Kron, the crew, whatever like that, you know, and people just went along with it. So a lot of these tribes are not as old, as not even old as we are. You know, they came out through circumstances. People migrated to one area, they intermarry and everything, a new culture forms, a new identity forms. Same thing with Black America, you know. And then people say, well, what about how you define Black America? Anybody who lives in America over a generation or two. If you live in America over a generation or two, you're Black America as far as I'm concerned. You don't have to have roots in the plantation system of America. Because some of our top leaders in America, you know, did you see that thing where I said, well, John Brown Worstrom, right? He founded, he built the state of Maryland in Liberia. He's from Jamaica. He's a Jamaican. I call him a Jamaican Liberian. And he went to Nova Scotia. He was the first Black graduate of a college in America, Bodine College. And so therefore I told his history. I said, yeah, so Caribbeans helped build Liberia. African Americans recaptured Africans from the Congo and the Bight of Benin, settled in Liberia. And people from the interior who said, yo, we like what y'all doing over here. Let us be a part of it. That's the genesis of Liberia. It wasn't no Americans coming over here, African Americans coming up with their superior mentality. It was Black people. You know, when you have a Black conscience, right, and you've been taught Black conscience, right, you give your people the benefit of the doubt. You know, it's not natural for Black people to oppress other Black, you know, when they're conscious. When you are conscious about race, right, you see the bigger picture. You know, you see the enemy really is the people who you know, this color, you know, and you see other Black people as potential family and ally and everything. That's a generous of what you call. Yeah, Juma, thank you, brother. This is a black nationalist show. This is where Black Africans get together. You're Black and you believe in Africa, you believe in the Black African family, this is where you are. You know, all our little differences of pettiness, we put that aside. Does not mean that we have our, you know, differences and everything like that, but just means that, you know, in this platform, we could, if you're Black or whatnot, you're from Africa, wherever you're from, you understand the bigger picture that we need a global Black business pipeline and towards nationhood. Because right now, we don't have any nationhood. There's no real nations in Africa. I mean, Kala, how you say that? Look, you cannot give people, right? Part of nationhood and nation building is the citizenry have to be informed. So how you have people going to the polls don't even know they're a citizen? They don't know what the rights of a citizen are. And also, let me tell you about what the citizen is, right? Part of being a citizen, right, is the power derives from the people, right? So does the funding mechanism for the government derives from the people. Throughout time immemorial, states relied on taxing the people, making the people productive in all so they can have a tax base. They could tax the business community. They could tax property owners. So the state could basically draw all its money from the people. With that, that's a social contract. We provide the tax base. You govern us, okay? But what's happening in Africa is Africans haven't developed their economy to the point where the people they can self-sustain themselves with economics and taxation. So they're relying on the World Bank, the IMF, and donor nations to fill in the gaps. So they don't feel any obligation to the people. They're like, what y'all talking about? Y'all rights. You ain't got no rights. You ain't contributing nothing. That's just the attitude. But when people are contributing, right, each city, town, village, and everything are contributing to the treasury, they have some sort of power. But that does not happen in Africa. That's the basis of a nation state, a republic. The nation and the state. The nation is the people. Okay? The state is the government, the infrastructure, and all that other stuff like that. The two are like one, like one ball twirling together. The nation and the state. The nation exists for the state exists for the nation. The nation basically is protected by the state. But we have a situation now where they're getting rid of the idea of the nation state. That means we have borderless countries. I mean, even the Tower of Babel, God didn't want that. Why do you think in the Tower of Babel, God said, he gave all these people different tongues. He didn't want all men speaking one language. He didn't want all men just be like that. He said, look, I exalt kings, whatever. And the bottom line is if you have this country, they have a nation, a flag, and everything like that. That's what that is. When you go to that country, you try to be a part of that country, nation, and flag, or wherever situation is. But back to our deadly clown situation, right? For years I've been like I always said when I first got into talk show, Blog Talk Radio back in 2008, 2009, right? And I did my Deadly Clown series, right? And I said, look, take the clown Negro seriously. And I would say, let me give you a background. What is a clown, right? A clown is somebody that in olden times, usually the person was deformed and he was like a joke. In every society, European society, African society, there's always this clown, right? He's somebody to joke at, somebody to throw rocks at, pick fun at. Sometimes he was hired or a ward of an amusement thing where people would come and look at this sideshow. He'd make faces and amuse people and everything. But sometimes, right, just like the elephant, like I talked about the other day, when you have that elephant or whatever, you think he's so tamed and everything, and next thing you know, that elephant says, you know something, I had enough of your ass. And he goes and stomps his trainer, runs through the town, killing everybody and everything. Same thing with the deadly clown. A lot of this stuff, right, in this culture, right, is that people are becoming toxic. I can deal with a clown, but when people start becoming toxic in this culture. And I'm looking at some of the comments people say in the discourse back and forth and everything. And I'm saying, where's the Pan-African movement moving forward? Why are we talking about certain things as that's important? Why is like entertainment and for clicks, views, and likes the center of our discourse? I ask a question right here. People, when I used to do a CD AutoCAD, right? And I do anything serious about nation building and everything, SimCity, I never see any real Pan-African. Rarely do I see any people who are Pan-African and everything participate in these discussions. In our mind, right? Where is our mind? Like the Japanese kids right now, the European kids, Arab kids, they're online designing the next cities and everything. And that's how Dubai got built. Young guys saying, yeah, we got to do this. We're going to do this, put it all together. And next thing you know, where's our young whiz kids? Where's our geeks? Where's our nerds? Where's our people that talk about the next wave of finance international trade and everything like that. Where are we talking about that as far as I know? Because nobody wants, that's not entertaining, you know?
And that's perfect, Kala. And hopefully we can just stop on that note, and then we'll get more into the deadly clowns,
Right.
because all of what you have laid out is just proof of what we need to be doing. So if the people who say they are serious about what they say they are, then that's what they should be doing. But instead, it's an entertainment. So we're gonna break that down, family, and get into that. And then we're gonna go through a few people comments on here.
Right.
And a lot of people are tuning in to hear Kala go off on the deadly clowns. But family, we're gonna share some information real quick, and we're gonna definitely get back to this, and we're gonna turn it up a notch.
Yeah.
Right now we're just getting you.
We're getting warmed up. We're getting warmed up.
Getting warmed up. So, family, this is our Journey of a Lifetime schedule. So, want to let everyone know the link, the details, the information is right there at the bottom screen. All the countries we're going to, our email, phone number, and website. So, I'm one of the people who literally put a lot of digital information online for clarity, and I've built business in the way of the world of literally just having things well organized. So since we're talking about Africa tours and investment, want to make sure that all information is live on our website at africafortheafricans.org. Now, family, once you go to our website, you'll see the list of tours on the main menu, and you'll also see the Black Star Pan-African community. So that is representing that one investment, and then the rest is representing the tours, and then there's general articles, including details about us, and you can just take a look at our bio, our company background, history, and see the energy that we've been building from 2006 in this established business and traveling on tour with our groups. And in 2004, just 2 years before that, just building the energy and traveling and paying for tours and just exploring Africa and building what we have today as a foundation. So it's been 19 years traveling to Africa. So that's the experience that we have taken across different countries. And that's 19 years across 10 countries. And we have had 8 those countries on tour schedules. And we have 2 other countries that I have not been to that we have on tour schedule now. And then 5 other countries that I've been to, which makes it a tour schedule of the 7 countries that we have on the flyer here and on the website. So the most important thing when you're on our website is to scroll down to the main menu and click on one of the tours, or click on the investment, Black Star Pan African Community. But whatever your interest is, and you click on it, whether it's tours or investment or both, the page opens up, and then you see a list of articles that are 100% focused on the topic itself. So you're coming on tour with us, you'll see the full itinerary, the full tour overview, general terms, what to pack, what to bring, preparation and departure information, language translation, how to build your immune system to get prepared for the journey, things like that. So our goal is always focused on preparation. So we're going to set off this year as we're getting ready to go to Senegal and Gambia. That's March 30th to April 9th. Then we're going to break and then head to Ghana. That's May 24th to June 5th. And then our summer journey is Rwanda, July 20th to the 30th. Then so that is spring and spring and summer. And then now in the fall journey that we have, and fall and winter journey, that's going to be Tanzania. That's November 16th to the 27th. And then South Africa, December 24th to January 4th. So that right there is the breakdown of our journeys of a lifetime coming up for this year. And then we're going to set off 2024 in Liberia, and that's March 29th to April 9th. So, and I have also newsletters on all of these tours itself. So once you're on the website, you'll see sample tour books, you'll see newsletters, and you'll see there's a wealth of information. So I'm recommending anyone that's interested, take your time, look at the information and process it. And then when you're on this YouTube channel, then you'll see all of the groups that we have taken. I'm that person that literally just record a lot of documentation. So you'll see us traveling, moving around in different countries. Same thing on Facebook. You'll see galleries of photos. So all the links, I have this fly up to show all the links from Instagram. Instagram, that's basically shows some of the best pictures out of the tens of thousands of photos that we have online. And so this is an experience where it's will just take you to that next level where it's opening your mind about Africa. And then if you never taken a vacation or you want to get your family a vacation or holiday, instead of going to Europe, we're pushing a vibrant energy in Africa, so you can join us in Africa and you can connect with us so we can build this energy strong. And also we support Black-owned business enterprise. So our goal is always to put Black dollars in Black hands, straight Black corporate economics. Even our community, Black Star Pan-African community, our goal is to literally build our own self-sufficient economy in the area to where we can put more of our money together and then become serious investors and work more with our people to compete against the foreigners. So this is a serious, real work, family, that we're dedicated our life to, and we're here building. So what I'm gonna do is break back, and me and Kala is gonna get back into our subject. So family, that's our details right there. So process it, check it out, and let's keep in touch on that. So yes, Kala, what I'm trying to tell the people is that this is my 19th year traveling to Africa, 17th year in business, and I'm telling people that when you're serious about this thing, you'll stand the test of time, because this is not just something that you can just do and it just works out forever. You have to really just put that work into it and make that sacrifice. And that's what I'm always telling my young brothers and sisters, to take school, take your education serious. When you finish high school, build your career, whether you want to go into the military, where you want to go to technical school, where you want to go to university, or whether you want to get that nice entry level position that you're going to work your way up. Those are 4 options, but you have to take some of these options. And then the 5th option is building your own business, which you can do at that age now, especially with modern day technology. You got teenagers getting more money than people like myself, well-established business person. But that's those are 5 different areas. So sitting around procrastinating or thinking you're going to build the career number 6 option, be a YouTuber, which I guess you can do that. Some people pull it off. You have some cute kids out there, with 30, 40, 50 million subscribers and views. So that will be number 6. So I just named 6 different paths of, what we can get ourselves into. That way we build work ethics. We build a level of just getting up and committing ourselves to something productive and progressive, and not just sitting around in our mama's basement playing on a PlayStation and playing around on YouTube, trolling people like myself and things like that, and or just coming after Kala every minute with their crazy comments. But so people are probably wondering, like, what you guys doing these topics and things like that. And the reason why we're doing these topics, it's a serious thing, family. It feels like YouTube is is a blessing and it's a curse. And the curse part of it is that it has turned into a circus with literally deadly clowns taking over. Like us literally watching. You ever seen that standalone Joker movie? And you saw that, and you saw the end of it. Did you? No.
I gotta see that. Everybody keep talking.
The spoiler alert at the end. My favorite part, he's on a talk show, and he literally killed the host.
Oh, I think I saw that. You're the clown,
And then the rest of the clowns they started going buck wild. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it started going off. So that's what that remind me of. This people that's out there that's supposed to be your clown. So you're entertainer. You're supposed to make people laugh.
Yeah.
But then it gets a little too far, and then they turn into deadly clowns. So they were out there just causing a mess. So that was like one of my perfect situations of deadly clowns gone rogue, or clowns gone rogue and become deadly. And that's what I'm putting our movement in. Like, we had a well-organized movement. Maybe it wasn't the most productive movement, but at least it was a movement with standards of education and excellence, Black consciousness, a focus on us working together, building something together. But now you have a whole bunch of folks who have come in and just hijacked the movement to where it's a clown show. Every minute they're talking about Kyrie, Kanye, they're talking about Tariq, they're talking about this person, that person.
Come
I'm
on.
like, is this what Pan-Africanism is about?
Yeah.
Or, you know, you going around watching another man's pocket, watching other men, you know, make their money doing their thing. That sounds like a weak excuse for, you know, for not even a man, weak excuse for a man, you know, and that's not even a man, that's a male. Just, you know, and it's like where do we go from there? What are we seriously building? What's the example are we setting to build a future of Black excellence for our children, to where they can see that, hey, you know, and there's nothing wrong with being on YouTube, making your money, doing what you have to do, but it's like, you know, at the end of the day, what are you really building? You know,
There's
and
serious topics that I was talking. I sent you this thing about Amazonia. I'm going to give you a lot of examples tonight, right?
Amazonia.
Amazonia. That's a.
You want to play you want to play a clip from there?
Yeah, play a clip from there. Like let me say this first, though. You know that, and also, and I want to be in a joyous mood tonight, so I don't want to be angry when I start talking.
Hey,
right? But
we
let me say,
got lit out the fire, brother.
check us out. That situation with the cobalt in the Congo, right? The Africa, right, is still on the bottom of the global supply chain. Cobalt and coltan, whatever, makes computers, batteries, and all stuff like this, right? You have videos where thousands of people are out there, as young as 5 years old, picking this stuff up, right? Where is the where's the fire in the Pan-African world that said, how dare this happen? How dare 2023 we still got modern ass slavery? How dare we got people crossing the Sahara Desert, right? Being kidnapped and sold into slavery, right? But yet we use our platforms and stuff like that to talk about a bunch of foolishness online and whatnot, you know, back and forth. The Pan-African movement, this Black nationalist movement, is the last thing we have to be put back in chains. We're already on our way to be put back in the chains. Nobody talks about the violence that's in Black America, right? The music and everything, all the stuff like that glorifies violence, that's creating a death cult and death destruction and everything like that. The people who used to be conscious that's supposed to be doing this are not saying anything. They're on YouTube, laughing up, joking around, thinking this is a joke and everything. We're fighting for our lives here, right? We're fighting for the next generation. If we don't leave them something, right, something to build on, whatnot, you don't deserve any respect. You know. Now people will talk about our elders and those. Our elders did what they had to do. Okay, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Farrakhan, all these people, they lived in a different generation. There's no excuse for us. We have the internet. We have technology, right? We could travel. We can invest. We could pull money together. We got all kinds of people that could build apps and do everything right there. But we just don't have the mindset because our mindset's about playing and being foolish. And so, like I said about this Amazonian situation, you got a country, right? France, Burkina Faso just told the French, move all your military out. Now, one peep for the so-called Pan-Africanists on TikTok, YouTube, anything, no one's talking about this. No one cares. Burkina Faso saying, get out. The conflict that's going on camera right now with tens of thousands of dying is caused by the French. And the country of Amazonia is the English-speaking part of that was handed over to the French, right, by the British, right, when when after World War I, when the British and the French occupied that region from the Germans, okay? So you got this English-speaking enclave right there who were independent, and the French-speaking people who are nothing but Negropeans, right, running an African country, right? That's what you have right now in Africa. You have nothing but a bunch of tyrants and Negropeans and race traders running the African continent. But yet the deadly clowns on here will always tell you, you got to get on your knees and bow down to get the hell out of here. I'm African just like they are. You know what I'm saying? I was stolen from my ancestral continent, right? I have every right to speak on any country in Africa I want to. I have a right to go to any country I want to. I don't need your goddamn passport. Okay? That's the way I feel about it. You know? Africa belongs to me. I don't give a damn what the Europeans handed over to these knuckleheads and everything. We have to build the African continent, because if we don't build Africa and whatnot, the Black race all over the world is finished. As long as Africa's weak and in this situation right here, and stop covering up and say, "Oh, Africa." No,
Africa. According to the
yeah, go ahead, play.
No, brother, I was just lining up. Finish what you're doing. I
Yeah.
was just lining it up.
So what I'm saying is this: instead of us having real conversations, right? What we do on this show, you're not gonna see anybody else have a discussion on Amazonia because I know it's boring. It's boring. We're not. It's not fun. We rather sit here and talk about ADOS, FBA versus Africans and who dissed who and all this kind of stupid nonsense. That's child. Maybe because I'm older. I think a lot of the stuff that we see it's childish and foolish. Yeah, that's why you never hear me engage in all this bickering back and forth. You never hear me engage in the gender wars. I never had problems with women and everything like that. If black women are hard and modernized and everything, then something that black men aren't doing. So I don't get involved with all these stupid discussions. So you got people, 1,000 people talking about back. I watched this one sister the other night, and she just going back and forth about sisters are fighting back. About the black men demonizing black women because of single motherhood and all this kind of stupid stuff. What's the name? Kyrie Nichols, whatever his name is. Excuse me, I didn't say what his name is. I don't know. I can't forget.
Tyree.
Tyree Nichols, okay. And he basically like single motherhood and all this kind. I refuse to engage in all this nonsense. It's foolishness. It's unproductive, right? It's deadly clown culture. You're gonna go on about this guy's mother and his background and all this kind of nonsense. This clown culture. Sometimes, like I said, people ask me, why do you do this? I'm not going to be tempted to get involved with everything. I'm focused on land infrastructure, nationhood, building a black global business pipeline, and that's what I'm focused on, right? I may give a comment here and there, but that's it. I'm not going to lose any sleep over if somebody says, if somebody is a black person in America and they don't want nothing to do with Africa, that's fine with me. That's fine with me. I perfectly understand. I'm like, hey, let's go play some golf. Let's go play basketball. Let's do something else. But I'm not going to lose anything because I know what I'm saying is the truth. I know that building this global pipeline with the black African infrastructure is the only way. So I'm going to stick with that, even though sometimes I feel alone. I feel people are more interested in entertainment. People are more interested in doing other things and talk about other things. I know that until we start building an economic, social, geopolitical base for ourselves on the African continent and in America, we're not going anyplace. And I'm proved right. I'm proved right all the time. And people say, well, Kala, we can just go here. I said a perfect example of people that were in the BAIO and they basically just went rogue and they went to places like Tanzania and Ghana and everything. And they don't need to be in any organized capacity and everything. And they're over there failing. I'm going to play a video with a sister. It's talking about the African Americans being targeted in Ghana. And this situation is getting serious now. Because all this clown stuff you play on YouTube, right, is sending out signals to the wrong signals out there. They're saying that they're sending out signals that our women are loose. They're sending out signals that black men in America aren't serious about nothing. Now they're basically, as you got somebody might want to go to African continent, meet his wife, whatever like that. Now these people with this clown show that we have, people saying, "Oh, now a passport." People have been traveling for years, doing business and everything. Now everybody's being labeled with this passport bros. You're going over here to trick. You're doing some stuff like this. And so all this stuff like that you see, this toxic stuff that you see on the internet, right? Now it's starting to seep into the continent. Now they don't see Malcolm X coming to Africa anymore. They don't see the Nation of Islam. They don't see Garvey. They see freaking fools coming over here, don't know anything about the continent, right? Not prepared, not educated, not connected, not anything or that coming to the continent. And so therefore, the idea that black people in America have so much to give to Africa if they came back is dying. Now I say, well, you guys been coming to the continent, man. All you guys doing is living dusty. You guys are freaking failing. You guys are over here. You're not creating anything. You're not building any businesses. You're not sustaining yourself. And Africans understand, well, when you guys come over here, how come you guys don't group up? And they'll tell you that. If you go into Africa, why aren't you guys together and everything? Because everyone, when we said we have to build communities of our own and take care of, look after ourselves and everything, everybody thought it was a joke. Now people aren't laughing anymore. People are coming back saying, something, Colin, you were right. You know, I thought I could just go over there and just blend in and just be one of the locals and everything. It didn't work out like that. I lost everything. I get these stories all the time because people didn't want to listen. Yo, look, this movement is not playing games. This is real. When you go from a developed country, right, to a third world country, that's serious. That's the most serious thing you could ever do. It's not even like a Chinese person decide from Chinatown in San Francisco going to Hong Kong. They're going to two first world situations. They're going to they're going over to the same thing. They can just transition easily. They go in a place where the culture and everything they're familiar with. You got Chinese Americans that have been here for generations who are now living in Beijing. Because why? They had a government over there that recruited them. Say, hey, look, and it's like, okay, I don't speak much Chinese. I'm essentially American, but because I got the foundation laid, because China's booming, I'm in the tech, whatever, like I can get a job. That's not happening as far as Black people in Africa, right? One, we have not built Africa the way it should be developed. Nigeria should be the donor nation of West Africa. Nigeria should not be a nation on its knees right now. Nigeria should be given credit to, it should be so wealthy, so developed, and so industrialized that's giving money to other African countries and everything. Nigeria should be recruiting Black people from the diaspora to come home and build and everything like that, to build infrastructure and everything like that, save themselves. In other words, basically the same way the Asians have built the Pacific as a sanctuary and haven, which America, the Pacific Northwest, Pacific West Coast, is connected now through a global supply chain and pipeline to all of Asia. There's no connection between Black Africa and Africa in general to the Caribbean and Blacks in North America. We're completely cut off. We're completely cut off because it's up in here. And because what we have to have is people who have the mindset. And I keep saying it right here, and I'm going to keep saying it. I don't give a damn who does not like it. We need to build Black African infrastructure, right? Anything other than that, you're playing games with me. You are a freaking clown. Anything about just going over to the continent, just doing your thing and freaking eating jollof rice and whatnot, whatever the hell you do over there, or playing soccer, you're playing games. You're being a boy in a man's world. Because the world's not playing. You know, we got World War III about to break out and everything. What does the Black race have? Do we have weapons? Do we have industries? Do we have anything? No. You got a whole giant continent over there, right? We got all these brains here. Black America and Africa could rule the world if we wanted to. We just don't have the mind to do it. Well, how do we do that, Kyle? Well, keep listening to Kala Genesis and Bomani and join the BAIO, and we'll give you the answers. And we'll brainstorm and figure it out ourselves. Because right now, we're losing. Right now, we're going down. You're not going to sit here and play games that you talk about, oh, yeah, everything's on the right by and by. No. You're going to tell me 200 million people of slave descent in America, the most developed group of Black people in the world, have no political power in America, have no global supply chain, no influence and everything. You think that's okay with that? No, that's not okay. We have to get on our Pan-African A game now. Pan-Africanism is real. You know, this idea that we should build this global Black pipeline.
Let's get us some of these questions.
Asians didn't build anything. I mean, that's the dumbest thing in the friggin' world. This guy obviously never read a book. This must be a white guy. You know, it has to be a white guy said that.
Yeah, I know sometimes people don't want to give certain people credit, but I've been to a few different countries in Asia, and you and I always talk about the history of Asia.
Hey, did we do the show about the Bandung Conference?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. We talk about, you know, and you can. I know people may think it's unfair or whatever. Yes, you know, they probably got a lot of investors to invest in, you know, in their different countries.
No, but Asia got most of its money, right, from Asian countries. Japan and China do $400 billion a year worth of business together. You know, Taiwan, South Korea, and all these others produce the world's semiconductors. You know. And
yeah, what they've done. I mean, I'm not trying to be kissing up to them, but what they have done is impressive.
No, I'm just tell it like it is.
I tell people they should take their time and go to some of these countries. Like, you know, I've been to Japan. It's a phenomenal place.
Check this out. Check this out.
Impressive with
Japan,
the technology.
did you see that Fukushima? I sent you a Fukushima picture. I sent you a picture, right? In 10 years after that tsunami, right? Japan has completely built it up on its own. You know, remember that tsunami that happened 10 years ago? Completely built it up. Japan has an earthquake and everything like that. 2 days later, the roads are built up everything. You know?
Yeah, you gotta give them folks their respect, man. They put the work in, and and they build,
And I don't care.
They build their civilization. So I mean, we just need to do what we need to do. I mean,
I don't care. I don't care about Negroes' feelings anymore, right? I don't care about Negroes' feelings anymore. They did it because they're smart, and these little tiny Asians fucking knocking you upside the head. You know, the Japanese flew, little Japanese flew squadrons and knocked the white man upside the head in Pearl Harbor, whatnot. The black man's never struck back against the white man militarily. So don't go talking about what the Asians didn't do. You know?
Well, they also talk about the communist movement. I'm always looking for interesting comments like these, so we can.
The communist movement helped build what white elites? I would like for this guy to come on here when we open up and tell me about this. This guy won't come on here and debate me. What white elite? There's always this mysterious white elites that's doing everything. You know, there's always.
Hey, brother. I don't know where this, brother. I don't know where these magical white people come from, man.
everything the white people did that and whatnot. You know, that's what I'm talking about, man. This guy's either a white guy or some stupid, deadly clown, fake ass Pan Africanist. You know.
Hey, he tuned in right, man, because that's what we talking about, family. Deadly clowns.
Whatnot, you know.
Deadly clowns are taking over, and deadly clowns seem like they've taken over.
That's a deadly clown. But the white people did everything. So you sit on with your thumb up your ass in your mama's basement, not doing nothing. You know. I'm telling you, man, like I said, man, this deadly clown culture, man, got to go. You know, can't build nothing, can't create nothing, can't even envision nothing. You know, all they do is get online, talk Pan-African, but they can't build a goddamn thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to sit around and just praise, praise the colonizers and the oppressors,
the white
and make it seem like they're the only people that can do anything is this. It's a sick thought. I mean, it's
Yeah, the white man's Thanos and whatnot, you know. He has all 5 Infinity Stones and whatnot. You know, he has power and everything. It's a white man's Thanos theory, you know.
Family, just want everyone to understand. Let's not feed into making it seem like these people are almighty and all powerful and everything, and we just like so weak and defeated. I mean, what's the point? What's the point of that? We as a people, it's about we live in a world where it's just one simple thing. It's competition, and sometimes in competition, you may not have the best set of whatever you need to compete, but no one is gonna feel sorry for you. All they're gonna do is just
let me say, what the white man keep leave me alone, man. The white man just oppressing me, man. You got the white man sits back, man. Damn, y'all got diamonds. We are walking across diamonds on your feet. You got gold. You got everything and everything. You got everything you need. You got lush, fertile land on Africa and everything. And you sitting there talking about you're oppressed. That's the white way, like, man, y'all clowns, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the relative it is, again, family, no one's gonna feel sorry for us. And I mean, in the end of the day, it's people are gonna say, hey, well, if you go to one group of people and another group of people, they're gonna say, well, my country been through this, my people been through this, and then all you're gonna do is go back and forth and then be debating, and next thing you know, you just have issues. It's a waste of time. Let's focus on really doing certain things. Telling people, family, we put that the globe up there earlier, and that's what we're talking about, global Black business pipeline. So whether you're in America, you're in Africa, wherever you are, we just have to stay on code. We're just doing business with each other. Sometimes we're limited in certain areas. Then we do what we have to do. But if we can make it work, make it work. And that's what I'm always telling people, family. Let's get back to putting Black dollars in Black hands, supporting Black-owned business, building with your brothers and sisters, so they, so you can help them grow their enterprise versus just, well, I don't, I'm not gonna support him because I want to see him grow and he's gonna get bigger than me. And like all these are like little child's play, and a serious group of people, don't partake in that back and forth, and more so, they're not gonna just have it display like a clown show on YouTube, because when you and I look up, that's what we talk about, the subject, family. All we just see is folks is chasing ambulance, literally just every time something happened, they just on there and they just feel like their opinion is more important than anything else. Like that last situation with Tariq Nicholas, you mentioned to me that one of the wannabe popular YouTuber literally was just talking down about the brother and things like that. But it's like, it's like we get to the point where, next thing you know, or we feel like, we just have some power behind the microphone and things like that, just to say certain things. But what you're doing is just literally being reckless. And I mean, you literally just, you're talking down to the struggles of our people. I mean, at any moment, any of us could be caught into any of these situations, and it's always this, it's always this terrible. But it's like when you're trying to just play the other side, well, that person could have this, that person. We all as a people deserve justice, and need to be able to just move around free and flexible. And that's why we have to build more, this global movement, because we need to just balance our strength and our energy across the planet. So I'm telling people, like, we're losing momentum if we don't just like start building. And the simplest thing is building is building Black-owned enterprise and supporting Black-owned enterprise, and us literally just aligning our children to be ready to just be leaders, organizers, and literally just take accountability for what needs to be done. I mean, me and you can be here in here just complaining about all the things that's going on wrong in our Pan-African world, but it's, at the end of the day, when you and I are not on here, we're working our business and we're working with our people. You have your movement and things you're doing in Liberia. I have my folks that we're operating in Ghana, and then you and I connecting back and forth, giving each other ideas and giving each other good support and working together. So, family, we're not just talking about those things. We're living that life. That's why you see me and my good brother here. We always connect throughout the week, and we're always working on serious game plans. And we have our incredible Liberia journey, along with Liberia investments that we're gonna be doing. And so, we may not be perfect at all these things, but it's like what we're saying to you is like, give us some strength and some energy so we can take it to that next level, because at the end of the day is our children are going to be the beneficiary of whatever we build. If we build nothing, they inherit nothing. Now, if we build a strong, beautiful movement, it will put them in a position to restore the balance and be able to take care of themselves. Because as the world population grows, the rest of the folks, like, you can't turn around to the Asian man every minute and say, hey, I need you to give me a job. I need you to give me a job. After a while, he's going to say, yo, I got my own family that I need to employ. I can't help you. And then what you're going to say? Racism. Is that going to be it? So that's what I'm saying, people. It has to be an era, we're in this 2023 of being this accountable for what we need to do and literally just holding each other down. And so what we're doing is letting you know, family, watch out for these deadly clowns. Because what you're doing is you're fueling them. You're the one that's supporting them. You're the one that's giving them all these super chats. You're the one that sit there just enjoying the entertainment. You're the one that's not holding them accountable. And I'm talking to, our people out there in general, because some of these people are so popular. And I'm like, you watching one of their videos, and he's like, what are they talking about? Gossiping and drama. But anyway, Kala, let me know if you want to break down some more deadly clown energy, and let me know if you want me to post a link for those people to join that keep on asking questions. Well, and then Barudi got about several comments also.
Yeah, I want to play that Amazonia video, and I'm gonna make my point about this situation, right? As far as like the Pan-African movement and stuff like that. The fact that nobody knows about this situation, and matter of fact, when you think about it, right? Amazonia is an English-speaking country. Wouldn't that be a great place to connect with? I had one guy that was in the BAO. I haven't heard from him in a couple of years, right? I think his name was George. He was from Cameroon, right? And he was one who first. As a matter of fact, we created a Amazonia chapter for the BAO. I don't know whatever happened with it, But he was telling me, man, yeah, that's an English-speaking area. And now it'd be perfect for Black people in America to build an enclave, and build a state, and build a city-state. He said, yes, English speaking and everything like that. But over the last couple of years, the situation's gotten worse, right? And the reason why it's getting worse is because these people can commit atrocities, and there's nobody talking about it. I remember a couple of years ago. Remember when President Adu was going to let the United States build a base in Ghana and everything, and social media got a hold to it. Remember that? He said, "Oh, I was just kidding." Remember that? But nobody's basically done this. They said, if I hope us doing this show, some people will pick this up. Some people got YouTube channel. What's going on in Amazonia? And that starts spreading around. And the next thing you know, people on the grounds feel like they got support. But right now, the world doesn't give a shit, right? America doesn't care about Africa. Was Amazonia ever mentioned at the U.S. Africa Summit? No. You know, and now that Joe Biden has basically chosen clowns to represent the Pan-African world, the Black world, you got deadly clowns asking, "Oh man, the U.S. is getting into Africa. Man, this is our salvation. Are you kidding me?" You know, Joe Biden, almost 100 years old, is talking about Africa. He doesn't know Africa has cities. He doesn't know Africa is modernized. He doesn't know that. He's thinking of Africa from when he was watching a kid, Tarzan. And so you have to, Joe Biden, Massa Biden, Massa Biden, Massa Biden, like this, all stupid stuff. And so I got people out there that I said to myself, I said, dude, man, I told a couple of people, man, I can't talk Pan-African with you no more. I love you. I said, a couple of my boys, I said, I love you. You're always my friend and everything, but let's talk about something else. Because after all my years of teaching and everything like that, if you still think the United States has good intentions towards Africa, I have nothing to do with you. I can't talk to you about that.
Yeah, I mean, you should just change the subject to the NFL or the NBA.
Yeah, let's talk about the NFL and NBA, because I really don't want to go back and forth with
nobody. About some basketball, some football. That'll be something a little simpler for that person to understand.
I don't want to talk to anybody who's trying to convince me about America and Africa after everything. America is incapable of doing the right thing.
Yeah, your family. We have no friends. I don't know what friends we have. I mean, people. I mean, yeah, you have to work with people, but it's like I can't say we have any dear-hearted friends.
Because know why? Because if America would say, you know something, we got these guys, man. We got Leonard Jeffries. We got Kala Genesis Bomani. All these people. Let's put together a Pan-African thing. So the government in America, we got Mr. Rosenthal. We got all these people that's doing work on the continent, right? No, they don't go ahead. It's like it's all about power. We're gonna decide who we want in Africa. They got this. They put the president of the NAACP in charge of Africa. What does the NAACP have to do with Africa? No Pan-African groups or anything like that, And they pick this idiot, a member of the NAACP. We're gonna do this. What the hell do we care about the United States and Africa? Pan-African means black people, Black America, African Americans, right? With Black Africans, It ain't between no government, whatever, and whatever. Like, right now, the Ghanaian government is doing something stupid, talking about, we would love to be a beachhead against fight against Russia, putting themselves in danger by going against Russia and Putin. And no one's saying anything. There's no discussion. Is everybody cool with that? They slipped this guy some money, and next thing you know, he just changed it. Negroes, right? Whether you're in Africa or wherever. As soon as the motherfuckers start doing their jig, dance, and whatnot, somebody put some money in that bank account. Somebody put a couple more zeros in that bank account. And next thing you know, President of Congo, right? Has meeting with Biden and everything. Now he's talking about he wants a war against Paul Kagame, a progressive state in Africa, right? You want to talk about we want to help the United States help to remove Paul Kagame. All this kind of foolishness going on, but that's not even the sad part about it, right? The sad part is when you hear people who call themselves Pan-African, they have no opinion on it. Well, I don't know or not. It's just entertainment for them. The president of Congo. No, do you have a position? I have a position. I consider the president of Congo a race traitor for saying that. That's my position. And also in the new when President Magufuli died in Tanzania, this new lady president, right, is taking land from the Maasai people, right, and giving it to Arabs and everybody else to develop it. Is anybody saying anything about that? No, because you're a bunch of freaking fools, a bunch of clowns. You think this movement is a joke. You think Pan-Africanism is a joke. But everybody got everything to say about Black America, what the hell we're not doing. That's what I'm getting tired of. Everybody always talks about Black America. Oh, Black America do this. What are you doing in your country? Your countries are failing. And you got fake-ass Pan-Africans. Oh, yeah, Black America this, Black America that, Black America that, and whatnot, Nothing about the girls being kidnapped in northern Nigeria by Boko Haram. Nobody even cares. Aren't those girls human? Don't they have lives? Don't they have dreams? Don't they aspire to be married, bear children, and be a wife, or be a doctor, or be something like that? But you don't even care about that. It's not even in your heart to even discuss it. I listen to all these shows all the time, Kazori show and all these other shows, and nobody talks about stuff like this. Only once in a while they do. But it's only to ridicule back and forth. You know, somebody say, oh, yeah, you need to worry about this. Well, you need to worry about Boko Haram, whatnot. No kind of empathy and compassion for your fellow human being, your fellow black person, your fellow African. It's always who can one up on each other, who can basically, you know, out shithole each other. You know, my shithole's better than your shithole, you know? And this is what we have, like I said, a deadly clown show in the Pan-African movement. The clowns have taken over. You know? There was this movie back in the days called Killer Clowns from Outer Space. That's what I feel like. The clowns just come in, take over and whatnot, and everybody's running, you know? And that's what's happening with this movement. Clowns have taken over. Clowns and jokesters, pranksters, and entertainers have taken over the Pan-African movement. It's all about jokes, laughs, and everything like that. Nobody's freaking serious. And so we're going to basically turn the trajectory on that tonight. Hey, bro, Mike, you want to go ahead and play that music?
Yes, brother, man. Let's do it.
Africa. According to the United Nations today, there are 54 countries in Africa, but in reality, whether we agree with their independence or not, there are a de facto number of 56 countries in the continent. The two unrecognized states are Somaliland and West Sahara, both of which are usually known by people. One is fighting for its independence from Morocco and the other from Somalia. But deep inside Africa, further south, there is another attempt at a country that most people don't know about, a territory that wants independence based on historical claims and differences, the country of Amazonia. Okay, full disclaimer, calling it a country is a little bit of a stretch, but they want to be a country, so let's learn why and why they have failed so far. The Federal Republic of Amazonia, also sometimes known as South Cameroon, is an unrecognized breakaway state in West Africa, which claims the northwest region of Cameroon, though it currently controls almost none of the claimed territory. Its most recent declaration of independence was in 2017, but so far no country has formally recognized Amazonia's independence, and it is currently the site of an armed conflict between Amazonian separatist guerrillas and the Cameroonian military, known as the Anglophone crisis. We'll learn a little more about this further ahead, but it seems the source of the conflict and the desire for independence itself is directly related to the name of the crisis, Anglophone. You see, during colonial times and until 1961, the region that calls itself Amazonia was a British colony called Southern Cameroon. It's a little confusing that it's called Southern when today they claim a territory in the north of Cameroon, while the rest of Cameroon at the time was a French colony. When Europe began decolonizing Africa and the time for independence came, a referendum took place and voters in South Cameroon voted to join Cameroon, the previously French one, as a constituent state of a federal republic. However, they soon came to regret it. Over time, the power of the central government, dominated by Francophones, expanded, according to them, at the expense of the region's autonomy. Many inhabitants of Amazonia identify as Anglophones and resent what they perceive as discrimination and efforts to eliminate Anglophone legal, administrative, educational, and cultural institutions by the Cameroonian government. The situation lasted for over 50 years until, in 2016, a large-scale protest was met with a violent government response, escalating the situation. In 2017, a local group unilaterally declared independence as the Federal Republic of Amazonia. The name is very similar to Amazonia, as in the forest and river in South America, but it's completely unrelated. The term Amazonia is derived from the word Ambozes, the local name for the bay at the mouth of the Woody River, known in English as Ambas Bay. The name itself is proof of how, over those 50 years, since 1961, they struggled to maintain their Anglophone heritage. The name was coined in 1984 as part of a campaign for restoration of autonomy and preservation of Anglophone Anglophone institutions in the region. Amazonia is more usually associated with the separatist or independence-seeking faction, while the Cameroonian government and other official sources, such as the UN, continue to refer to it as the Northwest Region or Southern Cameroon. Despite the latest declaration of independence being from 2017, the flag was adopted as early as 1999 by the Southern Cameroon National Council, an institution that has fought for the region's independence since 1995. They are, however, a non-violent group, and I'm not sure if they align with the other separatist factions. The flag is similar to the nearby nation of Liberia, which in turn takes direct inspiration from the flag of the United States. It presents 9 horizontal stripes of alternating white and light blue, with the dove surrounded by 13 gold stars on a blue field in the top left canton. There is no historical meaning or origin for the flag's colors and symbols, merely the ones that this council chose to attribute to them upon designing it. Blue stands for democracy, white for transparency, the dove for the principles of God and peace, and the 13 stars, the 13 counties of Amazonia. Throughout time, this region had various flags to represent it, from the colonial flags of the British Ambas Bay Protectorate, the German Cameroon, British Cameroon, and then the Federal Republic of Cameroon itself, which at first actually flew this flag with 2 stars to represent French and British Cameroon, then changing it to 1 star in 1972, perhaps a symbol that some of their complaints might be true, and that their different nature has grown to be ignored by the central government, leading to this conflict. Now, before we keep going, a quick message from today's sponsor, Masterworks. By now, we've studied the economies of countries all over the world, and we know some events transcend time and location. In the last few years alone, we've seen some old villains resurface. Pandemics, wars, inflation, market crashes. It's like a terrifying crossover episode. Times like these are confusing and scary, but we can try to weather the storm with a few lessons from the past. In a previous video, I talked about precious metals and how gold became a popular source of wealth as a commodity, a physical asset, which can retain or gain value, even in times of economic downturn. But there's another asset that has been historically valued due to similar factors: fine art. You probably know that rich people have collected art for centuries. It's not just a decoration, but an interesting investment. In fact, the last time inflation was near its current levels, between 1973 and 81, art prices appreciated at an average rate of 17.5% per year. Until recently, only the very rich investors have been able to invest in art, but thanks to Masterworks, almost anyone can invest without buying an entire $1 million painting. I can't stress this enough. This isn't an NFT. This is a real museum quality investors. Nearly military forces are poorly equipped and outnumbered. Wikipedia estimates a max of 4,000 fighters over time against at least 12,000 soldiers of Cameroon. It doesn't help that the Amazonian forces are made up of several separate factions which also fight among themselves. For instance, one of them declared a unilateral ceasefire in 2020 due to the public health crisis, but it was ignored by the others and by the Cameroon government itself. The internal conflict is therefore essentially a guerrilla one, which remains up to today. However, not very successfully for the Amazonians, as they only control some remote rural areas, with all urban areas having been held or retaken by Cameroon. So now that we've understood what Amazonia is, why they are different from the rest of Cameroon, why they declared independence, although not succeeding so far, and therefore answered the key questions for this topic, let's look further into it and provide a bigger historical context for the region, which I believe will allow us to better understand the summarized answers that I just presented. The Ambas Bay, from which the self-proclaimed country's name derives, began being visited by various European nations at the start of the colonial period. The first to arrive were the Portuguese in 1470, but as usual, they didn't stick around. And the first permanent settlement was by a British missionary in 1858, named after Queen Victoria, now Limbe in Cameroon, but which the Amazonians want to rename to Victoria, again evidence of their desired reconnection with the Anglophone culture. Meanwhile, the Germans established large trading centers nearby. To the southeast of the Warri River, the British and German Empire were fighting over control of the area, rushing to make alliances with the locals, and even breaking out into full conflict in the Duwalu War of 1884. In this war, Germany assisted local allies and helped them achieve victory, therefore cementing their colonial influence in Cameroon. By 1887, the British abandoned their claims on the region, and it took a while, but by 1914, the territory of Amazonia was fully under German control as a part of German Cameroon. After losing World War I, Germany lost all of its colonies, and Cameroon was split between the French and the British, who had invaded and conquered the territory during the conflict. The French took the most part of the land, while the British were left with what is today Amazonia, northern or southern Cameroon, administered at the time along with the British colony of Nigeria, apparently gaining some autonomy. In 1961, with the UN pressuring European powers to move forward with decolonization, a resolution was put forth calling on Britain to organize a referendum based on the following two alternatives: join Nigeria or join Cameroon. Two reports by English economists both concluded that Southern Cameroon would not be able to continue to finance development and growth as an independent state. So it seems the context didn't really favor people to have an option for independence. And while many Amazonians resented the lack of this option, the disappointment with the Nigerian administration led to hope that a more equal federation could be had with Cameroon, with this option winning the vote. And so they joined the previously French territory, with one critical concession being the requirement that laws applying to both states could only be adopted through a vote by both regions' representatives. A federation of both Cameroons was created, and the flag with the two stars, each representing each state, was adopted. Right after this, a first internal conflict took place between the ruling government supported by the French and Marxist revolutionaries. The war allowed the government to ban the opposition and establish a one-party state. They then moved to reduce local autonomy, claiming it was too expensive at the cost of the country's poverty. A referendum on a new constitution took place, replacing the federation with a unitary state, changing the name from Federal Republic of Cameroon to the United Republic of Cameroon, also changing the flag to have only one star. It won with 99.99% of the votes, a little suspicious to say the least. Amazonians say the referendum was invalid, and that even if it was, the constitution would still need to be approved by both states' representatives, as was established in that early requirement, something that didn't happen. Discontent with the central government then grew, and the Amazonians struggled with the fact that everything in the state was ruled by Francophone leaders. Their reduced autonomy and poor development led to early calls for independence since 1985. In 1990, opposition political parties were once again legalized, and John Nkufoncha, the leading Anglophone in Cameroon's government, resigned from the governing party and wrote about his dissatisfaction with the central government's attitude towards the Anglophone regions. The southern Cameroonians, Amazonians, whom I brought into the Union, have been ridiculed and referred to as traitors and enemies, and the constitutional provisions which protected this local minority have been suppressed, their voices drowned, while the rule of the gun has replaced dialogue. After this, more and more of the Anglophone population began calling for the restoration of a federal system that would restore their autonomy, but the central government seems to have fully refused this. Increasing pressure for autonomy or independence reduced trust and engagement between the government and the Anglophone minority. By 2017, the Cameroon government had only one Anglophone among 36 ministers. In November of 2016, a number of large protests and strikes were organized initially by Anglophone lawyers, students, and teachers, focused on the growing marginalization of English and Anglophone institutions, to which the central government responded aggressively. Because of this response and lack of dialogue, the leading Amazonian nationalist movements joined together and declared independence. This was in 2017. Cameroons refused and increased their repression further against these movements, and a new internal conflict began between the Anglophone separatists and the Francophone regime of Cameroon. Today, Amazonia doesn't really exist per se. The territory is there. Its population is mostly Anglophone people, many of which are perhaps still discontent with the central government and their lack of autonomy, plus the suppression of their culture and local institutions. However, the organization or lack of organization by the Amazonian separatist leaders, as well as their lack of resources and military inferiority when compared to the Cameroonian army, has led to, so far, a failure in establishing this new state. Most of Ambazonia's urban centers are controlled by Cameroon, and only remote rural areas are effectively controlled by the rebels. While it may be the desire of locals to regain autonomy and even independence, it seems that, at least for now, Ambazonia will remain an unknown country in Africa because, in fact, it has not yet succeeded in being able to conquer its independence, be it diplomatically or militarily, and become a de facto country of their own. So, that is the African country nobody knows about, where it is, what it's called, why it wants to be independent, and why that independence may or may not make sense, as well as why they failed to achieve it so far. What do you think? Should Amazonia be independent? And are there any other situations like this in Africa or anywhere in the world? Let me know in the comments, along with any corrections or additional information you may have about this. Thanks so much for watching this video. Subscribe if you
That was shocking, wasn't it?
Yeah, great presentation.
Yeah, very shocking, you know. And I said to myself, when I learned about that situation years ago, I'm like, how come no one's talking about this? You know, they have you look at the video, they had every right to talk about independence. They talk about they was discriminated against, they speak a second language, they're a separate region. And the key thing you take away from that was, how's the government making it? They control what? The infrastructure. You know, the government, the French-speaking government, still controls the infrastructure of that region. And so all they have is a couple of rebel outposts and everything. You know, and so, like I said, that was basically one of the things I want to talk about is that the reason why Amazonia is not growing or recognized because nobody knows it exists. Now, you would think, Brother Bomani, right, that we got all these big mouth Pan-Africanists on social media and everything. We know about a story like this. Can you ask me? Can I ask you why is it that nobody talks about this? If we got all these powerhouse Pan-Africanists all over the place, you know, and no one knows about the story, no one talks about it. You understand? You understand where I'm going with this?
They're busy talking about current events, what's going on in politics and what's going on in the celebrity world.
Yeah, you know, what's going on in the NBA? What's going on in somebody got shot by a police, whatever. You know, and so that's what I'm talking about. You got people out there, right? And we say this stuff because when we show you how serious the situation is, right? We understand, say, gee, people are like, damn, the person I was listening to was a freaking clown, man. And I didn't know about this Amazonia situation. I'm just now hearing about this. Well, you know you're not going to hear about this from the mainstream media, right? You would think, right, that people claim to care about Africa so much, whatever, and talk about Africa, right? They would know, they would talk about this. You know, you have a country that wants its independence. And another thing I don't understand is this. We claim to be talking about the colonialism, the neo-colonialism. What's going on in Cameroon right now is an extension of colonialism. That's why I'm glad Mali and all these countries are kicking the French out. You can't sit there and be like, oh, I don't know what's going on. The Cameroon government is nothing but a puppet of the French. They're killing its people, not just the English speaking, but the French speaking people who's tied to the corruption. President Biya has been in power for going on 45, 46 years. And he don't even know what's going on. The guy's barely alive, but the government is functioning because it keeps the Cameroon is a part of the French, you know, and so therefore these French puppets in Africa are still allowed to exist because right now the so-called Pan-Africanists don't have any fighting. Back in the days, say what you want about Malcolm X, right? There was this one guy that Malcolm X interviewed, right? He was talking about the Congo. And this guy basically tried to browbeat Malcolm X and saying, how dare you? Because the Congolese rose up and killed some white people down there. He said, is that right, Mr. Malcolm X? Is that right? He said, look, they're only getting what they deserve. They came there and killed millions of people. But it was right that people that Malcolm X said, yeah. And so Malcolm X influenced what he had to say about the Congo. He was, I got no thing. White people have no business being there whatsoever. They took millions of lives. So why should I be sympathy for whatever happens to them? See, we don't have those sort of Pan-Africanists anymore in the world. You know, the Pan-Africanists that we have right now don't give a damn about what's going on the ground in the continent. We used to always be suspicious of anything deal with white people in Africa. Now white people are welcome. You know, we have one popular YouTuber said that white men are desired in Africa. The African women, white guy can come to Africa, and that's okay with that. And also, he also said that, hey, if you have a problem with interracial marriage or whatever like that, you shouldn't come to Africa. This guy just got into the Pan-African movement and is telling people, if you got a problem with seeing white guys or black women in Africa, you shouldn't stay out of Africa. Oh, really? Oh, really? This is what I mean by deadly clowns. Every clown that can get up here and put a Pan-African flag on and start dictating the rules of engagement. No, we don't like the fact that white men come into Africa exploiting African women. I don't like it when black people do it, right? You go there, do what you got to do and everything like that, but don't take advantage of poor women, whatever. But white men doing it, that's a whole different case. And no real black man likes that. No real black man wants to see white men coming here or being able to have their way with women. That smacks of slavery. When they in the slave castles, white men used to rape black women in the slave castles and everything. You okay with that history? No, it angers me to this day. So when I go to Africa and I see white men walking around with black women, that's what triggers me. If that doesn't trigger me, then you ain't really, you don't have any black consciousness. You don't have that black African consciousness in you. Not saying I'm a racist and nothing like that, but naturally that triggers you because we know what that means when we see these white men with black women. That's a power thing. That's saying I could come to your country and have my way with women, but you don't dare come to our country and do that. You get killed, you get shot, whatever. So therefore, like I said, we gotta get back to that old style pan-African, old style black nationalist stuff. That stuff that we recognize who enemies are and who our friends are. We recognize who's real and who's not. So that right there, that Amazonia situation is, and people will look at it and say, well, geez, I never heard of the Amazonia. Okay, I heard about it. I personally heard it because I had a man from Cameroon that joined the BAO, and he told me about it. I never knew about it until he joined. I've known about that since 2018. I thought it was right after they declared their independence. He said, yeah, we're a new country and everything. I'm saying to myself, oh, okay, that's a good idea. You know, what if we basically was talking about that? Imagine if I was talking about Amazonia as much as I talk about Liberia, even myself. Imagine if I was talking about Amazonia as much as I talk about Liberia. We got this country, every country, you know, and I was going on different shows. Yeah, this country, Amazonia, this is a history. The English speaking, blah, 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 blah. That'd be a perfect place for Black America to connect with, you know, along with other countries in Africa. That'd be an excellent country to connect with, you know. But these conversations are not being had, you know, because let's be honest with ourselves. A lot of people that call themselves parents are really new in this movement. You know, I'm not going to bash them too much tonight like I wanted to, but, you know, we're going to have to talk about this. You know, if you don't know, then get yourself some more education. You don't know about this continent. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on in the African continent you don't know about. You know, there's a lot of nuances. There's a lot of problems and everything like that. That's not just emotional. That's a situation right there where it's really volatile and dangerous. People don't know about Cameroon. What happens if Cameroon goes into a war? We have people that went to Burkina Faso and whatnot, following JT the bigger figure, right? He bounced out of there when I said, why'd you leave? Well, he knew something was going down. And next thing you know, now you got people stuck in Burkina Faso, and they're in all kinds of internal turmoil. They can't get out because they're not listening to the right people. They're not being guided by the right people. They're being guided by their emotions. You know, once you leave this continent of America and everything, and you go to the continent of Africa, you better know what you're doing. You better be around people. You have a support system. If anybody's telling you that you don't need a support system, and you don't need to be checking out who you are and who you're with and everything like that, and the situation on the ground and everything, they're not leading you right. You know, this is not fun and games. I know it seems like it, right? People just get on the line, they start talking about stuff. I'm just going to the motherland. I get not just a YouTuber, I see the comments. Yeah, it's actually the comments, and some of the people seem like they're educated, but they basically don't think about what they're talking about. I was going to go to Africa when there's no Black African infrastructure. What are you talking about? You know, where's our IBMs? You know, where's our Fortune 500 companies on the continent? Who's building? Who's employing? You know, who's generating tax revenue? Who's giving out contracts? Do you even know how to get a contract in Africa? Do you have workers? Do you have supply chains? Do you have labor supply, staffing supply lined up? What are you going to do? Are you importing and exporting something? Are you getting into manufacturing? Or this is just fun and games to you? Because you're going to find out real quick that this is not fun and games. Because you talk about people's lives. You talk about people on the African continent, their lives, their future. You don't know what it's like to basically live in a country. Like as African brothers told me when I was in Liberia last year, a year or two ago. He said, man, all we want is jobs, man. If I just had a good job and everything, I can feed my family. I said, man, brother, I don't know, man. We just want jobs, man. We just want to work. I want to have my dignity. I want to give my wife a house and everything like that. We just don't have anything here, you know? And you're going over there basically making a mockery of that. You coming from a wealthy country in America. America is so bad and whatnot. There's jobs everywhere in America. What we say, Bomani? There's jobs everywhere. You don't want to work.
Everywhere.
You know, I'm sick of playing games with people, you know? So you want to go to Africa, right? There's no jobs over there. Nothing. And do what? You're not talking about building. You're not talking about networking. You're not talking about anything. Just get on a plane and go to Africa. That's it. Let's go to Africa. Let's go to Africa. Let's go to Africa. Now, the receipts and stuff are starting to come in, you know? Moving to Africa is big business. Gotta have your affairs in order. Yeah, I agree with that. Southern Creole flavor, if you can call in, that'd be nice. I wouldn't know how it's big business, you know? If you have a pension, if you're retired, you got a good pension, and you got investments, and you're doing a global thing, the right African country could be lucrative. And for the life of me, I don't understand, why is it so hard for black people? We have black business networks in America. So purportedly, I guess, you know, at least we say we do. You know, a lot of black people, yeah, we're part of this black network. Now I'm starting to wonder, do we really have these networks in America? You know, do we have if you have business networks and everything, you got people that you would know, you go to people place, the first thing you do is have a plug. You plug into people and build with a network. You have people lined up and everything that you could do business with. People who got home movers and shakers and stuff like that. That's how things are done all the time. You go to parties, you go to gatherings and everything. You have events and stuff like this. And you get stuff done. You convince people to join you in what you're trying to do. But if you hadn't had no experience like that in America, how you go to Africa and how are you going to do that? And then when people go over there and I'm saying, okay, I see your YouTube channel every day, but you know, you're giving us laughs and entertainment, but where are you doing? What are you building? Where's your network? And like what Brother Chris Brazen said the other day, he said a lot of our people go over the continent and they're failing and they're struggling, but they're too ashamed to admit that they made a mistake or they didn't have their failures or their pride. Because they're not generating money, the last message is YouTube. And they're sitting there every day. I'm not trying to mock people or anything like that, but they're sitting there looking at that YouTube revenue. Oh, baby, we made $300 this week, man. That's going to get us this. You know, we live off YouTube money. That's just a shame. That's because people don't take this movement seriously. You know, they think this is fun and games. They think this is until when the chickens come home to roost, and you're like, wow, geez, we're fucking up. And then you got all these scandals and scams and stuff like that goes on, you know. But the people who basically make it in Africa, what I'm saying, they don't call themselves Pan-Africanists, unfortunately. They just go over there, they do their business, they got networks, whether it's black or white, whatever, Indian, they plug in, they live in their life and they're making money. then we go hating on them. Like, oh man, you doing business, you got white partners, whatever. He did what they did what they had to do. If they got white partners, Arab partners, whatever like that, they're living the life. They made money. They're employing other people and everything, and they're living the life they want to live. Because the Pan-African world didn't do that. The Pan-African world refused to build infrastructure. The Pan-African world refused to create networks. The Pan-African world refused to create their own finance systems. The Pan-African world want to act like a bunch of freaking clowns and think everything's entertainment and jokes. We're letting our ancestors down. The Pan-African world used to be the most serious thing faced in Black America. It used to be one thing that people say, those guys are serious. Those guys are real. What's going on, Wizkid?
How you doing?
How you doing, brother? What's on your mind?
Yeah. Hold on, man. There's some kind of feedback happening.
Oh, let me go.
Okay. Hold on. I'm still hearing it.
We're both on mute, so you should be.
Yeah, we don't hear anything. Yeah, you sound crystal clear.
That's weird. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I've been following y'all for a minute, man. I really support. Sorry about that.
Wizkid, go ahead.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you now. You're live.
Okay.
Let me post
Yeah.
the
Some kind of feedback was happening. Sorry about that, y'all. Yeah,
so
I'm calling to I said I support y'all, man. I just want to know, where are we going wrong with this Pan-Africanist movement? I mean, it seems that there's a lot of splinter groups in the Pan-African group. What can we do to fix that?
Well, the thing is, right, the splinters start with people with social media. When I first got on, the BAO social network was the only thing out here that was a Pan-African platform. It was the only thing. Now people figure now that because over the years we got Twitter now, you got TikTok, you got YouTube and all stuff like that, Instagram, where it's become, I would go out there and do my own thing, and there's no end goal. The BAO had an end goal, right? We said we want land infrastructure nationhood. We want an Afrikstan, we want an end goal of an Afrikstan nation state or city state or territory, a building territory. That's the only way where we have our own autonomy. You see that video we put up about Amazonia? They're trying to become their own Afrikstan, their state. Would you go without that? You really have no chance. Okay. And so therefore we're saying that, just like you got Amazonia, they got its own territory, what is to see from Cameroon. If you don't have a territory or whatever like that, you have nothing, right? That's been lost with a lot of people who think that 500 years of living in the West, that you could just easily go to Africa and I'm just going to blend in and just become an African or become whatever country. That's not practical. Now you could do that, right? But that's not building anything. People look up in like 2 years, man, like, damn, man, I'm in Africa. I have not made any money. I have not had any income. If I was in America, I'd at least be drawing, earning Social Security. I'd be Social Security. I could at least do this. But they think that going to Africa is the end goal. That's not. We in the BAO said building Black African infrastructure. Because right now, Africa really does not have infrastructure. There's no global pipeline connecting Black people in around the world. We don't have any shipping. Name me one shipping company. Clown Lou Major tried, this Black shipping company tried to come on Diane Show one time and corner me. After I broke it down to him, he's like a fool. He should have just bowed out at the start. There's no African shipping lines. All the ships that coming in out of Africa, right, is owned by foreign vessels. That means they control the time, the synchronization, when, where, how, the price, everything. So Africa is completely dependent on the outside world for its shipping inside and outside the continent. So therefore, there's no shipping line. There's no very little huge trade between Africa and so they got local trade. They go back and forth and everything. But as far as like most of the heavy machinery and everything, they come from outside of Africa. And because of that, right, Africa has a net capital outflow of $100 billion a year. That people say, well, Africa attracted $130 billion worth of investment, but they lose $100 billion a year net outflow. That means money is not being reinvested back into the economy. That's net outflow. That means you're in the negative. You know, so these things, because African countries don't work together, I do believe that African Americans in the diaspora could be the glue that could build Africa together, you know, the pipeline that could bridge Africa together. Because, and I found this out years ago when I was talking to my Angolan partners, right? And they were like, basically have no, I mean, you'd be surprised how colonialism has isolated Africa from each other. You got countries like Angola, say, you guys are a big country and everything, but they have no connections whatsoever. I thought you guys were over here connecting with each other and everything. They said, no, we don't freaking talk to Ghanaians. We don't know anything about West Africa. We don't know anything about that. So these people came in the BAO and they just now talking to each other. So you tell me my platform is what brought you two together. You see what I mean? So that's what I mean. So black people from America going over to Africa thinking, oh, there's this unified continent. No, it's not like that. The Pan-African world is something that came out of slavery in the West, you know, and most African countries, for the most part, you know, they have their relationship with their colonial leaders and also, if you look at the way Africa's infrastructure is set up, right, over the last years, Africa has been making efforts to unify its rail gauge, so trade and everything can flow. Before, the different countries had different rail gauges where they couldn't even move freight from one country to another. And also, in some countries, right, one country they drive to the left, one country they drive to the right. You can't drive across a border like that. So that all these things, right, that's a legacy of colonialism that still exists on the continent. Language barrier. There's a right across from Kinshasa is Brazzaville, right? 2 cities, right? I would say altogether, I would say about 10 million people, 10, 15 million people, right? There's no bridge, barely a bridge, anything that connects the two. If you try to go to one place to the other one, everybody's bribing you on a thing, and there's nobody saying, look, let's build a bridge where we can connect these 2 cities and make them a huge trading, a business, commercial hubs. The mind's not there. If you took Kinshasa and Brazzaville, many people come from the same ethnic group, right? But they don't have anything to do with each other because one is French, the French Congo, one's the Belgian Congo. You know, even though they both speak French for the most part, because Belgium was a garbage language, so French was a lingua franca. You know, but still, though, they're the Belgian side. This is the French side. You see what I mean? And so, therefore, like I said, all these problems right here that I've been talking about for years, right, has not been resolved. And I thought that there's more people that would join the Pan-African movement and say, yeah, okay, you know, this is a problem between Kinshasa and Brazzaville. Let's solve that, you know? Let's solve this problem. Let's have these thoughts. I thought I'd be able to link up with people that's doing that and stuff like that, but no. The average so-called Pan-African, all they want to do is go on vacation, eat jollof rice, dance on the beach and whatnot, and come home and talk a bunch of nonsense. So they don't need any organization and everything like that. You know, if you're gonna just that's what you're gonna do. Yeah. He said, in Congo, I know what you are talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I take very good time to really study these things. I'm well studied on the African continent. You know, I'm the Kala Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the Kala, your geopolitical pundit, culture critic. I've been studying Africa and African geopolitics for decades. You know, I'm not somebody new in this. I'm not somebody that just came on YouTube the other day. And so all these problems right here I talk about, you know, these conflicts are real serious conflicts. You know, and so therefore we have to make real strategic moves when we talk about going to the continent and building. You know, there's problems there that are just real serious problems. You know, the people in the African continent don't know what you're talking about when you start talking about Pan-Africa and stuff like that. You know, they don't know what you're talking about. And then when they get on YouTube and they look at all these people on YouTube, they're like, no. no, we got enough clowns. No clowns, no clowns, no clowns. They see these people on YouTube with their antics and their foolishness and everything. They're like, what the hell are you talking about? That's not what we want. So therefore, like I said, the Pan-African movement, the Black nationalist movement, everything has to get serious again. It has to make Africa and the Black people in America take us serious again. Nobody takes it seriously anymore. Everybody thinks this is some joke, some clown show, some sideshow. Nobody has the respect us anymore. To the point where people are now even trying to slander Marcus Garvey's name. People are now basically the deadly clowns out there trying to slander Marcus Garvey,
Bomani.
call him a scammer and stuff like that.
It was good. Is your connection secure? And let us know your question.
Yeah, hey man, the problem is I'm getting this weird feedback. I don't know how to fix it.
Yeah, your setup either have to work or it don't. But there's nothing we can do because usually what I do is mute myself, and then that also.
Yeah, I'm gonna log out and just listen so I don't interfere with y'all.
Yeah,
okay?
well, let me ask you a question, right? Since we can hear you, we're just gonna get some about what's on your mind. Just say something. What do you think about the topic?
Okay, so you said what's on my mind, right?
Yeah. We're doing that. What's on your mind? What's on your
Yes,
mind?
Man, what's on my mind is that you already answered the question about the splinter group. And the Africans do not identify with Pan-Africanism. How can we get them to identify with Pan-Africanism? Because even when I try to talk to Africans, whether not Ghanaians, Nigerians, Kenyans about Pan-Africanism, they look at me clueless, like, what are you talking about? It's like 90% of them don't know what we're talking about. So how can we, get them to identify and recognize that?
I got an answer for that, right?
Yeah, it's a slow kill.
Like I said this all the time. The average African, right? When we talk about Pan-African, we say what it is a lot of us who are Pan-Africans come from a world where we're living in white-dominated countries. We're the minority. So when you talk to somebody talking about, oh, they have the white man and everything, and they know that the people that's ruling them are the ones screwing them over, the people that basically are ruining their lives and everything, making sure they have a future, look like them and everything. When you start talking Pan-Africanism, they're lost. I said this years ago, you have to be a Black African nationalist, then a Pan-Africanist, okay? Pan-African comes, right, when you have a play. You have to have a play. I said this, we have to create this Pan-African citadel, right? The average African, when we talk about Pan, let's just talk about business and everything like that, it's not really necessary because there's two things in the world that people don't understand. There's the Africans who left Africa forcibly through the transatlantic slave trade. We have a different mindset, a scope of the world, a worldview. The Africans who never left Africa, right, don't know anything about our experience and everything like that, so they don't know the need for that. We come at them like, oh, y'all a bunch of Uncle Toms, coons, whatever like that, but they don't have the need for a Pan-African. So Black people are like this. Black people are stuck between, well, America's racist, and they look at you like America's a country like I am. They got jobs, everything. Why are you talking about Pan-Africanism? They don't get it. We basically, as people who are Pan-African, have to understand the desire to want to be independent and to want to live in a world where Black people are the majority. That's something the Black people in America, particularly in America, right? Because even in the Caribbean, it's not that strong. The Black people in America have never known what it's like to live in a majority Black world where they are a thing. And then some people in the African continent will tell you that's overrated. They don't really care because they haven't seen the benefit of living. The only thing they have is their identity. And they have a thing of psychologically of not being dominated by whites or seeing whites in power all the time. So that's what they have. Now in South Africa, it's a little different. You go talk to South African Black people, they could talk to you about Pan-African. Why? Because they've experienced apartheid. Their experience is apartheid. Maybe in Kenya a little bit because well, then again, Kenya had racism with Mau Mau and stuff like that, right? And then had the Mau Mau uprising, which defeated the British. But even then, as time went on, and those things, those feelings of anti-whiteness were forgotten. South Africa is even starting to lose that thing because black people are in power, black people are in control of everything in the country and everything. But you still got white neo-Nazi groups in the country. You still got a place called Oranje with all whites in there. And it triggers black people sometimes, you know? So as more black people in South Africa become more affluent, right, they're going to put that behind them. See, in America, no matter how affluent Black America gets, right, we're constantly reminded of our skin color as a symbol of slavery, a symbol of the shame of the feat of slavery. When people look at you, right, they look at you like, oh, you're what, a slave, you're the black people. America has done a good job at making people distance themselves from us. America has made even Africans and Black Caribbeans say, no, I'm not one of them. So we're like, oh, let's have this black unity as African Americans, like, you know, we said we can come together. But other groups of people are like, what do I gain from taking on your struggle? That puts me in the crosshairs of white people. I'd rather be like, yo, I'm from Aruba and whatnot. Oh, I went to Aruba on vacation. They are whites and whatnot. I see it all the time. You know, I'm from the Bahamas and everything. Oh yeah, we're coming down, Bahama Mama, yeah. In our culture, Black America, we're like, you look like a freaking Uncle Tom, a fool. You got people like, oh, come to Jamaica, yeah, man. You got white kids wearing dreadlocks when not smoking dope, whatnot, you know? You're Rastaman and everything like that, you know? Black America, the culture of Black America is rooted in bitterness. The culture of Black America, how slavery ended after war, 600,000 people died in the Civil War and everything, the Klan and everything like that, created a culture of bitterness. It's bitter soil means bitter harvest. The slavery system in America was probably the worst situation in human history. It's not like in the Caribbean where there was black uprisings, where you had black people were the majority. You had the Maroons in Jamaica, you know, where they had treaty. There was never any treaty signed between black people in America and the white government in America. Nothing. They didn't have to have a treaty. We had never held any territory, no land. We tried to have land and everything. They burned it down and killed us, and we got nothing out of it. So the African American is in a unique situation in the black world. Everybody else at least had a treaty. They had a war. They had something, you know. The ANC used to bomb people. They had peace talks and everything. There was no negotiation with white America. They're like, this, you're in their country. You're in their belly of the beast. You're behind enemy lines. And so I need people that call themselves Pan-African understand that's still a very significant, unique position that only the African American understands. So we cannot part ways as African Americans yet. We have to basically be African Americans first, right? And then the Pan-Africans second, because we have a unique history, and that's right. And that I want to take that argument away from the ADOS FBA people. You know what I'm saying? I want to take that argument because that is real significant. We're the people that basically have been destroyed. We never had a treaty. We never had a flag. We never had a. Or everybody else have someplace that they could say, okay, we did this, we did that, and everything. So now they come to America under different circumstances. And so therefore, that's what I'm talking about. But what I'm seeing now is that the ADOS FBA people just simply hate Africa. They basically say, oh, I'm ADOS FBA, right? But they got no smoke for white America and the American flag, everything like that, right? They turn all their hatred towards Africa. And that's the problem.
All right, absolutely, Kala. Always on point with it. Always on point with it. Before we continue somewhere else, Wizkid, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, you know, I finally fixed that feedback issue. I found out is that I had another tab open. That's why I was getting that feedback. So I finally fixed that issue. But you answered my question, brother, Kala, and I want to say thank you for that. So that's the answer to that question. Another question is, you talked about building associations. I support that. You know, land development associations. I was I've been meaning to watch the video Blacks Without Borders. I was watching it, but I was on the road, so I had to, pause it for a little bit. But I was gonna watch it later on. But I know you went in on associations. How can we use associations as a benefit to nation building with Africans teaming up with Africans? And you said that
Well,
if you did, Mhm.
go ahead. Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
if you said if you bring something like something to the table, you bring some investments, monies, and skills, Africans will listen to you. So how can we link with Africans to build associations so we can compete for contracts, with the Chinese and Arabs and East Indians? What can we do to further expand on that?
The first thing to do is join the BAIO social network. That's the first thing.
Yes, sir.
That's a social network we have for years. Build our own platforms, everything, because we got a lot of Africans in there. About 60% of the members of the BAO social network are people, Africans, and then you got African Americans. And so therefore,
Mhm.
there's people on one page. We're communicating, we're building and stuff like that. And each group have a chapter. If people were in there communicating with each chapter and we're networking, this, that, and the other thing, and we make that the central focus of what we're doing. We get a lot of places. There's a lot of people on the ground in Africa, right? And you got people in America. Do you know that one of the ways of getting contracts with Africa and everything is to find a country that you know about, particularly through the BAO or whatever like that, and then basically wherever city you live in, which city do you live in, Wiz?
Well, I was living in Los Angeles. I just currently moved to Irving, Texas. So I'll be working in Dallas. So I'm living in Irving, Texas right now.
Dallas is pretty much a black. Got a lot of black administration. Do you know there's Dallas goes to say find if they got a sister city project? Cities now, people understand. Cities now we got cities in America whose economies are bigger than most countries in Africa. And
Mhm.
sister city projects, what they do is this: they have resources, outreach, and everything. Cities in America are becoming more international. So they got sister city projects. I know Filipinos that got sister city project with the city of Virginia Beach, right? They get millions and millions of dollars of contract. One one of my boys that was a state delegate, right? He basically walked off with like $10 million, right? But he pleaded guilty and got 2 years, right? And he was a delegate to the state of Virginia, but he was like the first Filipino elected official out of the area. But he went to he was like had this program where it was supposed to go for development and everything, and between the city, right? But he milked some of the money with him, and like $8 million disappeared and whatnot. It's like, wait, But anyway, he got a sweet deal because he only got 2 years for that shit. He's probably in the Philippines. I said, where's what you call now? Oh, he's in the Philippines now, enjoying. But what I'm saying, but we want to do that. But the thing is, this sister city projects, right, where cities are looking for new markets for business and stuff like that. If you go to a country, let's say you go to a city in Africa, and they're having problems with fiber optics and everything like that. Maybe your city might know some fiber optics companies that might want to do it, and they have resources and stuff like that as part of their initiative for helping develop countries and everything. There's OPEC, the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. All these things
Mhm.
between OPEC, the Commerce Department. If you could prove that American or you are making money someplace like that, there's government funds in America to fund what you're doing. There's grants and all that stuff like that to do it. But what our problem is, right? We have all these resources in America, right? Me and Bomani talk about this all the time, right? But we can't get any so-called people in the Pan-African world to join us and say, look, well, what we're because no one's really serious. You
Mhm.
know, the Filipinos, the Chinese, everybody, and the Mexicans be milking this country, right? Taking resources back to Mexico, building like that. The immigrants come over to America. They understand what's here, what's this, and that. Black America don't take what's in front of them. There's opportunities with education. People can go and go back to school and get their education. There's things here, but nobody pushes people to say, look, if you're not bettering yourself, you're not going to better the Pan African movement. As people start bettering themselves, getting more training, certification, education, everything, you're naturally going to be pulled with people, and ideas are going to come to you that you could build with. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. You have to be in the thing. So, like I said, thing is Sister City projects, right? In your city, find out is there any other Pan-African groups or anything. Form a study group. Meet once a month, once every 2 months, right? And discuss stuff, you know? Now, when Africans that live here for a little while and whatnot, they've been around Black America and everything, you know, and that's why this ADOS FBA movement is so dangerous, right? Because what they're trying to do is split Black people up, you know? You can be like, yeah, I live in this country right here, man, you know, and you said you do welding, right?
Yes, sir. I'm a yeah, I have an AS degree in welding, a license in welding, and a certification in welding.
You could probably bid on contracts. Have you done any contracts before, or you just a worker?
I'm a production welder. I don't have a lot of experience in welding. So the funny thing about the welding kind of slowed down due to COVID-19. So I just started doing security part time. I did work for another welding company, but it wasn't actually welding. So now I'm applying for another career, but I'm planning to get back into welding. And I was actually going to ask you about that too, because I want you to continue what you were saying and finish it. But what's your opinion on, brothers and sisters going into law enforcement corrections? What's your opinion on that? Can we benefit from that as well?
Absolutely, brother.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Don't let anybody tell you, oh, don't go to law enforcement. Look, we need police in our communities, right? Now, what's sad about Black America, right? Sad about Black America and Black America this, right? Is that they seem like they have more love for criminals than they do police. You know?
Yeah.
Now, this situation with what's his name, Tyree Nichols, right, was unfortunate, right? But there are millions of interactions with police every day. Nothing ever happens, right? So this dangerous narrative that law enforcement is out to get Black people and everything like that, when that's not, the numbers don't freaking add up. Oh, Kala, you saying there's no police? Yeah, there's police brutality and it should be dealt with, right? I'm serious about that, right? But like I said, my father used to tell me, right? I don't want to go to school, man. Teachers racist, right? You know what my father would say? And my teachers knew that too, right? My father said, you're going to take your Black ass to school, right? You're going to get them good grades. If you don't, I'm going to whip your ass.
Yes, sir.
Hood, I don't give a damn. He can basically, I don't give a damn. I'm going to believe the teacher over you. What that taught me is that, yeah, I got to go to school and I got to discipline myself, do right and everything. I'm going to deal with my father. Because what happens is we live in a culture where we coddle people. Oh, that job. Why'd you quit your job? Oh, they didn't like you over there. Instead of dealing with the job, dealing with what you got to do, listen to your boss, get into that thing. And maybe if you don't like it, you try out for management and move up the thing, and you become the boss. We have this thing in our culture, we coddle people, right? You ask people all the time. They'll say, oh, I look at some of these incidents, right? Police comes up to you, pulls you over. Yo, why you pull me over, officer? No, I don't have to do that. My rights, whatnot. You don't have read the Constitution, don't know the law or not. Instead of shutting the fuck up, shutting up, right? Listen to commands, right? And then if you have a beef, right, you settle it in court. You know? You say, I'm a lawyer up, I'm gonna settle in court. See, they expect you to get loud and everything because they know you ain't gonna show up in court. As soon as you get emotional and everything like that, they know that's it. But white people will sit back, okay, officer, and everything. They watch everything the officer says and does and everything, and come to court with their lawyer. And next thing you know, they spray on. Well, didn't you say this? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but the suspect, and I pulled him over or not. Next thing you know, judge, case dismissed. Delayed gratification. See, we want our gratification right then and there. The white person's like, okay, if they know they're in the right, they'll wait it out. And if they lose in court, okay, we're gonna appeal it. And the cop got to keep coming back until he's like, yo, look, man, let's just settle this thing. I'm done with this. We as a race don't do that. We haven't figured out the fact that you're living in the United States. Take advantage of whatever opportunities you have here. Because the stronger you are in America, the more benefit you are going to be for Africa. law enforcement. We need more black people in law enforcement. What I like about where I live at, right? We got black sisters in the district attorney's office that are prosecuted. Everything. This guy a couple of years ago, Officer Rankin killed this black kid, right? Yo, in Portsmouth, Virginia, wrong city. He was facing like 10 years, but he pled for 2. And they told him and said, "Look, you know, this young man, you had the wrong guy. You walked up to him and you murdered him right there." And the kid, they said, "You know what he wanted to be? He wanted to be a police officer. He wanted to protect people, but you took his life." We have black women and men as judges, prosecutors, heads of police, city managers, everything like that, all over this region right here. And I feel safe when I see more of us in law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
So let everybody tell you about law enforcement, you know? The police, but these are people, I understand. I get like that too, man. Oh, the police, I get like that too. You're black, you're natural. You naturally rebel against white authority or perceive the white authority, even when the authority is black. Oh man, like that. It's natural for the black African American because of our history. But we got to rise above that and say, you know something? We need police. We need judges, courts, everything like that. We need all these things to maintain order and civilization.
Mm-hmm.
So
and how do you,
law enforcement.
so how do you go into those kind of professions? Because I'm gonna put my business out there. I took a job in Texas as a correctional officer. So how do you go into that job with a black conscience, but able to do your job and not let your emotions get in the way?
Yo, bro, this is one thing, you know. You're gonna learn that a long time, right? Like, you know what you should do? There's this video about Rikers Island. It's made back in the 2000, right? It was Rikers Island, right? It was talking about Rikers Island, right? It was an HBO web, but I think it's on YouTube, right? The head captain of Rikers Island was this big black Muslim brother, Majid Muhammad, whatever like that. He would talk to brothers, yeah, you Muslim, whatnot, this and that. I'm running this, boom, boom, boom. He was a black Muslim man, you know? That's what changed my mind about a lot of stuff like that. He was like, yeah, I got to deal with prisoners, blah, blah, blah. He's like, you in here because you broke the law. You know why you're sentenced here. Now you're going to do what I'm telling you to do. And one of the guys like, well, I want to pray to the mosque. I want to do my thing. Well, that's fine. We'll get you some prayer, stuff like that, you know? It was a big, strong, strapping black Muslim brother. And he was a captain on Rikers Island. And that's when you go to Rikers in New York, right? You got Hispanic cops, right? Officers, right? They said, man, I was in the boogie down Bronx. I used to break dance, graffiti, and everything. But now I'm here in law enforcement and correctional officer, thing like that, you know? And I'm dealing with my peers, you know what I'm saying? And you know for a fact of the matter, your job, your job is to make sure you're an inmate and you have a job, you know? Because a lot of them will play on that, you know? Oh, we're black, you know, no, we're not. You broke the law. You got convicted. So you got to do this, you know? And now, like I said, the reason why I talk about this, because that's very, very dangerous. That's why our communities are spiraling out of control right now. Because we don't want to be like, oh, man, racism, white supremacy. That does not mean nothing. The fact that when you out there, you got to obey the law. You know, you got to do what you got to do in life. That's just being civilized. And so when people break the law, they get caught, they get sentenced and everything like that, you're going to be the same thing. This is the lessons of nation building. Because I'll tell you right now, you go to Africa and break the law, you do not want to go to jail in Africa. I saw a video right now, just now, right this, right? Where these guys were thieves, right? It's on YouTube, right? They burned them alive. And they're sitting there like this. They put gas on and burn the guy. I mean, god dang. We don't do that in America, but that does go there in Africa. The village people like, we're tired of these thieves and whatnot, and they burned them alive right there on camera. I couldn't even watch it. So when people talk about this and the other thing, you like, yo, look, you know the risk, you broke the law, you got convicted and everything like that. Do your time. It used to be a time where back in the days where it was saying like, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. And if you really look at it, right, let me tell you something, right? You go look at Lock Up Raw, right? And all the years I've been lock and raw, right? Every time I hear the inmate talk, right, after they've been there for years and everything, they're reflecting, they'll be like, you know something, I put myself here. I put myself here. I was greedy. I did this one night. I did the wrong thing. They all say that. But the social justice warriors, right, who try to tell you, oh, they're in jail because of systemic racism and all stuff like that, right? If you actually talk to the prisoners, right, they'll say, I'm here because I chose this life. I did this. Give me that much. I made the decision to do this. But the social justice warriors who dominate the narrative, oh, we need prison reform. Let's end prisons altogether and all this kind of stupid, crazy shit. And what I'm telling you right now with this deadly clown movement I'm against right now, that has no place in this Pan-African world. That has no place. People on this nonsense about, oh, we need to ban prisons altogether and like this. Like, right now, California, Chicago, right? No cash bail whatsoever for up to second-degree murder. They got to turn people on the streets to pray. The city's going crazy because of these insane people and everything. Nobody talks about that. The people who are dying left and right are black people that live like us, you know? And I give shout out to New Era in Detroit. They're out there, bro, out there patrolling the neighborhoods. Because they know the bottom line is this. The system just completely failed. So we live in hell or basically fight back. A lot of black men don't even want to fight back. They let the thugs and the drug dealers, everybody run rapid and tear their community up and everything. And then when people move out because they had enough, they complain about white people regentrifying. Oh, this is regentrifying. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
So people have to make a stand. Say, look, this is where we stand. If you have a neighborhood, whatever like that, and you say this is where you want to live, you better protect that stuff. If you want to build in Africa, right? You make your stand, say this is what we're building. We're going to protect this stuff. Same thing we're doing in Ghana, in Liberia. Wherever we build, we're going to be able to protect it. There are going to be laws, there are going to be rules and regulations. We're not going to let clowns come in here with their freaking clown stupid culture talking about all this freaking nonsense.
Yes, sir. And one more question before I get off. How can how can Africa fix the grid? They always have electrical issues, power outages. I heard of people being in Ghana, Nigeria, the power goes out and it's out for like sometimes hours, even days. So what can they do to fix that issue? What's going on with the power grid in Africa?
We got to build real black infrastructure.
Build infrastructure, you know? And the problem in Ghana is the fact that they built a grid thing. They have power, right? And see, power has to go someplace, right? In America, it's so we have transmitters and what's it called, substations and stuff like that. Regulates power, right? There's never any backup because the power's going someplace at all times. But in Africa, if you have a whole area where most people off the grid, the electricity's not going no place, right? It backs up and then the power blacks out, you know? In other countries, right, they basically make sure where the extra power goes to industrial zones and goes to warehouses, stuff like that. They make sure the power is distributed, right? So it's always going someplace. In Africa, it's not industrialized, right? So there's no place that a lot of power goes. You got whole areas that's not connected to the grid. You know, what Ghana did was start giving some of its power to neighboring countries like Togo to unleash the bulge. In northern part of Liberia, they have what we call the West African Power Pool, which power is distributed between like Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and stuff like that. You know, so everybody gets a piece of the grid. So you spread the grid out, so power is always continuous. You know, and they got people constantly hooking on and building substations. But what's your problem in Africa is the fact that not everybody's on the grid. You know, not enough people on the grid. Not enough people. Electricity has to be paid for, right? To maintain an electrical grid, right? You have to pay for that. You know. Now, what Bolivia did was they had a sliding scale grid. That means richer people paid more, and poor people paid little, and people in the middle paid middle. So therefore, everyone has electricity. Those are ideas you can do. So you got to have a system where power is constantly being distributed. People are constantly consuming power, kilowatts, at all times. If you got a whole block of people saying, we're going to use our generators here. So that's a whole block of people that's not pulling electricity through the transmitter. What happens? You have a blowout. You have a big spark. Boom. I've seen one. It was scary. There's really fire, electricity coming out of those things when it's scary looking. I've seen it in Liberia. So if you don't have people basically constantly buying electricity every day because a lot of people don't have money, the governments in Africa might have to give people subsidies, right? Some poor people to make sure they can at least pay their energy bills. So therefore, there's at no point in time the electricity is going off or it's going to get backed up. The electricity going out in Africa has everything to do with power being backed up. There's too much power being created and not enough consumption. So it backs up and the power goes out until that's fixed. And the only way you can fix it is by building infrastructure, building industrial parks, building high-rise apartment buildings. Until Africa gets serious. Look at Asian cities. Bright lights there. Look at Tokyo. Look at Tokyo skyline. See that? All that electricity? Never one blackout. Why? Because they have the mind. They believe electricity is not a luxury. It's a necessity. When the power goes out in countries in Africa, because people don't take it seriously, right? They're like, okay, we're out for 2 days. Where's the refrigerator? Well, we don't have refrigerators. We eat by the day. But if Africa modernized, everybody had a refrigerator and had a modern way of life, that power got to go on. It's vital. You can't have a power go out when you have refrigeration and stuff like that. Or you go to the backup generator and everything like that. You can have a backup generator, but for the most part, you got to have a power grid, and that takes having a good electrical team, people who will repair, who will troubleshoot and stuff like that. But that doesn't matter if you don't have no place for the energy to go to. Study electricity. And that energy doesn't go to some place and everything like that, it gets pushed back to the thing, it gets pushed back up to the substation. It gets pushed back to the transistor box, and it blows. And then what you have to do before that gets played, a lot of countries in Africa don't have anything; they have them stored, right? But if they'll have some procure, they have a warehouse full to replace it. But then you got to wait until the guy comes out there either repair that one or replace it and everything, and that may take hours and sometimes days. So it's a constant battle. That's why people have generators and stuff like that. But you cannot do modern civilization without getting your electrical grid on tap. And that is a serious issue. Electricity and stuff like that is a serious issue. That should be right there. Where Africa, instead of worrying about a lot of stuff we worry about, that should be job number one. Producing those African cities that they. Now Ghana must be getting better because we played a video a week ago about a new medical facility that's they when they said Ghana would be a good place for this medical center, that means they checked out the power grid, they checked out all that stuff like that. They did all their homework, and for the fact it was an African American brother who brokered that. And they checked out the fact that if Ghana has a medical system, and they could do medical tourism. That means people come from other countries in Africa for surgery and stuff like that. It'd be the first of its kind in West Africa. And to do that, you got to have a good power grid. No questions about it. So what I'm saying is Ghana must be doing something right. Because they didn't go to Nigeria. Look at Nigeria like, nah. So whatever it is, Ghana's doing something right. know, they're doing something right.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for answering my question. I'm gonna log out and let y'all continue on with your the platform. I want to say thank you. I'm gonna continue to support the BAIO.
Did you
I'm a
join?
member.
Did you a member?
Yes, I am. I've been trying to be more consistent, but I had some things happening over a few months. I had to focus on, but I'm back and I'm trying to get reestablished with everything.
Right.
I appreciate you, brother.
Anytime. All right. Take care. Good night.
Good night. All right. Now, next part I want to talk about is, is the fact that there's a lot of people in the Pan-African movement who are telling people that they have to go to Africa and suffer any type of abuse. That you could go to Africa and they don't care about you getting your money ripped off and stuff like that. That's perfectly acceptable. Because when you get ripped off, you're actually contributing to the mother Africa. People are basically robbing you, jacking you, and stuff like that. Oh yes, just come over to Africa and get jacked, robbed, and stuff like get shaken down, whatever like that. Mishandled, scammed and everything. Oh, that's perfectly fine, Kala. It's all love. It's the motherland. And stuff like that. So we'll talk about that. You want to play that video, brother, with that sister? No, you didn't see that video yet, did you? Right?
No.
Yeah, you're gonna be pissed off when you watch what she's saying.
Let me see if I can find this.
It's in WhatsApp.
I see arrested in Ghana, and
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, I think that's what. Yeah, being arrested, harassing Ghana. I think that's the one. Yeah,
This can't be right. Trouble with your taxes.
Yeah, that's it. This is fair use for people. So we use this for educational purposes, so we don't get flagged. Fair use.
Are police in Ghana targeting African Americans? Well, that's what I'm here to find out. All right. My name is No Limit Eddie. I'm a 23-year-old American who has been living abroad, in particular in Africa, for the last 2 years. On my channel, I talk about travel, business, and overall just how to be a positive person. If that sounds interesting to you, hit that subscribe button. I want 25,000 subscribers ASAP. All right, so smash the subscribe button. I greatly appreciate it. Now, I was looking for videos to react to, and I found 2 of them, and they were both about police in Ghana. And so I decided to pull one of them up and react to it with you guys. So let's get into it. Okay, so the video that I'm reacting to is from a channel called Just Vlogs. She seems to be an American who's now living over in Ghana, and she has like 3K subscribers. And so the reason why I wanted to react to her video and not Expat Life Ghana is just so that hopefully if you guys have never heard of her before, you guys can go over there and check her channel out. I'll leave the link to her video in the description of today's video. You know what I mean? Again, when I was coming up on YouTube, people didn't really show that much respect or that much love to 150 Great. So when I have the chance to do it, I want to do it for other people. So let's go ahead and watch her video.
Sure, have to get one. Okay, so let's get into this post. So the person writes, in the meantime, as some of you know, there is a rise in unpleasant encounters between Ghanaian police officers and expatriates.
Okay, cool. So apparently like this is all over the place. I guess it's on Facebook, I guess it's on YouTube, and like the diaspora and the police in Ghana. So let's just see what it's about, man. I have no idea. I personally have never been to West Africa. I've only been to East Africa, and right now I'm in North. but I haven't gone to West as of yet.
Please take caution and have a recording device on you at all times. And if you're driving, have a webcam that is flexible so all angles can be viewed if you're stopped by the police. It goes on to say, there are active organizations here that are developing a safety system plan for those living here that will allow an emergency contact in case you are being mistreated by officers.
Okay, hold on, I want to pause it right here. This is pretty interesting. So they're saying there's been a rise in encounters in which that are unpleasant between African Americans and the police and the Ghanaian police, which is pretty interesting, to the point where they're saying, yo, have a camera on you and record these interactions. So I'm curious about what kind of interactions people are having and why these interactions are occurring. I know from my experience, when I was living in Tanzania and right now when I'm in Egypt, the police are super chill, like super chill. Now the police force is different. It's a lot more militarized. Like they would just walk around with AK-47s on them. They'll walk around just like 20, 30 deep inside of the back of a truck. And so it's a lot more like, whoa, like what's going on? But in reality, they're super chill. Like they're just smoking their cigarettes, you know, they're drinking their tea, drinking their coffee. Up here in Egypt, down in Tanzania, they would just be minding their business. Maybe they're eating a papaya. They would just live their life. And so I found that my anxiety around police, even though they're far more militarized here, is basically zero versus my experience in America, where it was a lot more civilized. You know, they had their guns concealed, or it was a lot more relaxed. I was a lot more fearful in America as far as police officers than I am here on the continent. And so I'm curious of what their interaction has been in Ghana.
I myself have experienced being taken to the police station and urged to give money, which I refused to do. Be careful out there. So I can remember us having like a little incident where we were driving a loaner, and on the loaner car, the windshield was cracked. So the officer was kind of like addressing that issue, but it wasn't even like crazy. It was just, he was making us aware of, listen, you shouldn't be riding around Ghana with your windshield cracked like that. But when we explained the situation to him and informed him that this is a car that is, you know, just being loaned to us for the moment, he was a lot more understanding. And ultimately, we just, you know, I showed him my license, and that was that. We went on our merry little way. So I do know that it can be an issue sometimes with these officers. They want a few CDs out of you. That does happen probably more often than not. I mean, it is kind of like, you know, how are you out here taking bribes? But it is what it is, and that's just what goes on here. So I feel like if you're coming here and you're going to be driving, you have to be prepared that if you are stopped by an officer, you might very well have to, you know, come up with a few CDs. You know, that's just the reality of being here in Ghana. Is it right?
I, Julian Gordon, with this mortgage, relinquish part of my freedom to Saeed. Do you know that the word mortgage is literally?
All right, so the bribery thing, that was real. You know, I was in the back of the Jajis, you know, in the back of Ubers, and the police would try to do some type of bribery techniques. That did happen in Tanzania for me. I actually own a motorcycle here in Egypt, and I just slide around the city. I've been stopped by the police maybe 3 or 4 times. Each time, once they kind of see, oh, you're from the States, go on about your business. You know, I've never had too many crazy issues to where I was like, police station, bribery, nothing like that. You know, and again, maybe I'm just someone who has been, you know, favored to where that doesn't happen. No bribery has happened to me I've been here for like a year and some change, and no bribery has occurred. But well, at least from the police officers and me, right? I'm not saying it doesn't occur in Egypt, probably does. But I haven't experienced it as far as my interaction with police officers or the government whatsoever. But I do know in Tanzania, I never had to bribe anyone in Tanzania either, to be honest, when it came to the police, because I wasn't ever driving, right? So I haven't dealt with this as a driver in TZ, but I did deal with this as a passenger, and I can either give you a ticket for 20,000, or you can pay me 5,000, and you know, there was some little stuff like that did occur, but it happens. You know what I mean? It does happen. Is it right? No, it doesn't make it right, but it does happen.
No, but is life perfect? I just want to know. So if you are stopped by a police officer, you want to make sure that you are being compliant. Keep a low tone. be respectful, smile, because it goes a long way. You know, even if the police officer isn't having the best of the day because he's been out in the hot heat and he's sweating and he probably ain't had a drink of water, it just helps when he sees a smiling face, because even if he's had a bad day, it is going to make things a lot more easier when you are just being pleasant compared to being here and the States, that you're never going to have to get pulled over and worry about getting shot. You're also not going to have to fear, you know, them just going out of their way.
Another thing, like I'll say this, as far as fear for your life, I haven't experienced it existing. The most thing is just like getting extorted is what I've noticed. But on top of that, when it comes to the extortion, I always don't want to partake in it, because if you partake in it, I feel like it encourages it to continue. So they're like, oh yeah, he'll give some money. You know what I mean? And I almost feel like you got to stop certain things where they start to begin. And so if you let them get money out of you, and then one day you say, "No, I'm not letting them get money out of you," then they know, okay, just get them to that breaking point, and then eventually he'll pay. So maybe to get you to that breaking point and say, all right, well, get out the car at this time. Okay, let's go down to the police house this time. Okay, let's put you in a cell this time. Okay, let's do this or that this time, right? Let's take your car from me this time. So they know that it's got to get you a breaking point, and then you'll give in. And so that's kind of why I'm not the biggest fan of even giving bribes to begin with. But again, everybody has their own methodology of living and associating. You know what I mean? Give me the ticket. I don't care if it's 10 times as much. Give me the ticket. You know what I mean? I'd rather deal with it that way than to, you know, play the games the other way. But I don't know, you know.
To like really make matters worse for you. Like they really are just doing their job. And sometimes they just want a little compensation for doing their job. It is an experience that you have to be prepared for. From my personal encounters, anytime that I've ever gotten pulled over by an officer, which happens quite often, it's no big deal. Like I smile, I greet them, how are you? Maybe even try to speak a little fancy with them to lighten the mood. And then I show them my license and I go about my business. The moment that you try to come at them and be disrespectful or have an attitude, it's going to go left. So you just always want to keep a pleasant smile. You want to greet them and just make sure that you're just keeping a low tone.
Right. And so, I mean, pretty much actually saying, you know what I mean? I don't know exactly the reaction people are doing when they get pulled over that's causing them to really like report them and all that type of stuff. I don't know. You know what I mean? I've noticed that most officers have to chill. You know, like she's saying, I would just pretty much always be pretty calm with them. Like, yo, what's the deal? Like, you know what I mean? I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but that's anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, it's no point of trying to get outrageous. You know, the book of Proverbs says, "Soft answer turns away wrath." And so you should always be, you know, just polite to people, regardless if they're a police officer or not. You know what I mean? Just always speaking to them.
Yeah, Kala, how much of this you want me to play? There you go.
Yeah, I think we heard enough right now. I'm really pissed. Now, did you hear what this girl just said? You know, that, oh, just give them a little CDs and everything like that. This is what I mean by freaking ignorant people going over to the continent, right? Doing stupid and saying stupid stuff and everything. They're making it more dangerous for the rest of us. You know, if you keep doing that, then you're putting a target on everybody else's back that's going to the continent. You know, because there's gonna be some people say, "I'm not giving you shit." You know, write me a ticket. You know, and I'll see you in court, whatever, like that. You know, but you telling me that just give them money and they have a hard time. What happens when this girl I'm thinking? What happens when they want more than money? What happens when they want your body? They want sex. You gonna give it to them? That's what I mean by black people, just African Americans, particularly, just acting like weak, helpless, defenseless slaves. You know, and what's doing is that's people are picking up on that. That African Americans, Black Americans are easy mark. They don't. They won't snitch up. We can rob them. They're not gonna. They believe in this no snitch culture. You know, they're not gonna go to the authorities and everything. They're not gonna go to their embassy. If you should have did that, you should have reported that to your embassy. You know, the U.S. embassy, and say that officer bribed me for money. And then she said, wear a counter with the police. She should have been listening to that group, right? Because basically you tell the police you're being recorded right now. And then they won't ask you for the bribe. But they had a hard day and they're like this. This is stupid. This is what I'm talking about. Deadly clown culture. And this is what's going to the African continent. Instead of her being a young lady, dignified, no, I'm here, right? I didn't break a law, whatever. You coming up to me asking me for money and stuff like that is completely unacceptable. That's not building the sort of relationship of respect that you want to build. And her retort is, well, at least you're not going to get shot by the police like in America. Which one out of out of all the millions of accounts of black people getting shot by the police is so freaking rare. One thing you won't get in America is you won't get no one else asking you for a couple of dollars or whatever like that, you know?
That is real.
That's the truth.
That's the truth.
Anybody tells you anything else is lying to you. Ain't nobody in America gonna write no freaking officer gonna write you talk about I'm gonna get out of this ticket. As soon as they start writing that ticket, that ticket is accountable for it. First thing they do when they pull you over, they have to report it.
And they're being recorded also.
They're recorded by their dash cam and all stuff like this. So they're not gonna ask for no bribe and everything. Well, I'd rather get a bribe than get shot, whatever like that. This is kind of stupid stuff. So this is what we're bringing to Africa. Oh, I just give the officer a couple of dollars and everything like that, you know. If you were breaking the law, speeding, whatever like that, take your ticket. You know, say, look, okay, officer, what do you gotta do? You write me a ticket, you know, take me to jail, whatever like that. But you never say, okay, I'll pay a bribe. And the girl didn't even say she did anything wrong. Sometimes you get officers and they're looking for money because they don't make enough money. Then he should go out there and do the dignified thing and start working in the field, you know, plow the field, sell some cassava, whatever the hell he got to do. And this is a sort of culture, you know, that I don't want to see duplicated, you know, but we're participating in all this foolishness. And you wonder why there's this culture of corruption on the continent that has the continent not being able to think because people feed into it. Just because you see something done in Africa don't mean it's right. You know right from wrong. You know, you don't give police officers bribes. Well, sooner or later, that cop's going to come to you and be like, hey, look, if you just give the money up to him that easy, what else can you give up? What else would you give up to him easy? If you're in a compromised situation, he said, okay, you sleep with me, I'll let you go. That's coming next. So this is what we're talking about as far as the Pan-African movement. USA to the rescue. I say like this, brother. You know, who said this, go black, but productive, whatever. Bro, if you're in a foreign country, right? You have the U.S. Embassy. You're a U.S. citizen. You better use that. I've been told that a long time ago. From a friend of mine, Yembe. He's from Cameroon. And he lives in Atlanta. Yembe is my boy and whatnot. You know, we had to part ways because he said, look, man, I need these white folks for their business and everything. And they said, you're a little too radical. I said, I understand, brother, but we'll meet one day. He said, one day, brother, we'll be there. You know, but, you know, I got investors and everything like that, tech people. He's a tech guy, you know. And he had people that's doing stuff and whatnot, you know, white people and whatnot, going to continent and say, yeah, man, I wanted to do it with the brothers, man, but these guys are investing and stuff like that. And I said, I understand, you know. But he told me, he said, look, when you go to Africa, one thing you always want to do is check in with your embassy. You know, don't play on that, oh, well, I'm in Africa, stuff like that. Does not work. You'll be in serious trouble. He said, always make sure that you're with your embassy and you have any discrepancies, whatever like that, you report to the U.S. Embassy. This is what happened to me. That's the reality. Now, if you don't like that thing, then it's time for us to build an Afrikstan, a nation of our own. And then in the areas that we do build in Africa, we should have our own police force, our own security, and all that stuff like apparatus. But people don't want to do that. You're in Africa, oh, yeah, so what? I just give them a couple of CDs and yeah, like that. No, that don't work. That does not work. That's completely unacceptable. I said, put that Simon thing up, the last comment. The ASA should make a bribery a mainstream media issue. They're not doing that, you know. They're addressing. There is nothing that you see the diaspora that calls themselves Pan-African like that. They don't talk about these issues. That's a serious issue because people go into the continent unsuspected. If you feed into that nonsense, everything, you're gonna have somebody who's thinking they're going to Africa, they're going to the motherland, and everything, and then they get shaken down for a bribe. That's gonna tear their whole experience up. Then that's one more person that's gonna come back to America saying, "Fuck Africa." I got bribed down there and everything. Until we nip this up in the butt. When they understand, when they come to us and everything, they better not try it. Because we'll do everything we can to expose them and destroy them. Being in Africa don't mean being a fool. There's so many people hanging Black America out to dry. Oh, you can do whatever you want with Black. And people getting the impression that you could rob us, you could scam us, you could do anything you want to us and everything. And we're just so happy to be in their country. This is unacceptable. You know, and this young girl, obviously, she doesn't have anybody guiding her. You know, she has nobody, elder or nobody telling her right from wrong and everything. So she probably doesn't even know. Because as soon as you start giving money, they're going to ask for more. You know, they're going to come after you for more. And it's not going to happen until one day late at night when they're going to go knocking on her door. And she doesn't have a natural defense. Like when I expect women to be like that, you know, right? Not men. With a man, you have to check and stand your ground, right? And be prepared to whatever conflict it is. I swear to God, I better not ever hear a man freaking talk about, oh, I was just so scared I gave a bribe, like that. No. You stand your ground. You let them know you're dealing with a real man, you know? So I give him a couple of CDs and all stuff like this. Next thing you know, he's going to come to your house. He'll come take your food. He's going to come and fondle your wife. He's going to disrespect your children. He'll disrespect you because he has no respect for you. Giving police officers bribes and stuff like that, you know, is dangerous. Because the jokes don't stop with one bribe. They talk about, oh, they'll take you to the police station, interrogate you and stuff like that. What the hell kind of shit is that? Let me hear about that shit. And then we basically go off. We don't say nothing about it, whatever like that. Yeah, they came in there. They took me to the police station. They stripped me down. They humiliated me and stuff like this, you know? Is that what Pan-Africans come down to? Is that what come into the mother being humiliated, being robbed, mistreated, and stuff like that, abused? Is it all that really worth it? That's not why that's what I envision Pan-African or Black nationalism and stuff like that, Black unity all about. Because we just got too many people in the movement, right? You know, one, they come into the movement without a Black conscience. They don't have their Black pride, their Black dignity, Black self-respect. Somebody exploiting you just because they Black like you don't mean to make it right. And that's why we have people in our community, right, who know they can kill, rob, steal, break into our shit. We do nothing about it. You know? So this is what we're talking about tonight, you know? Deadly clowns. So how did this happen? Because people look at YouTube. They look at us. People, let me tell you something, folks. Everything is about how people perceive you. If you move to one city to another, right? And or you on a new job, whatever, you don't go onto your new job and talk about, yeah, I'm glad to be here. My last job sucked and whatnot, blah, 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 you know. I got fired 3 times or not, you know. And then you let the people know that, yeah, man, if I lose this job, man, I could lose my house. I'm 4 months behind on my mortgage. You never let people know that you're in a state of desperation, because human nature is they're gonna play on that. If you go in Africa like, oh man, like this girl said, we just get shot every day and everything like that, right? They're saying to themselves, oh, you're over here because police are shooting you and you got all stuff like that, so you ran away from America. Their natural instinct to want to be like, well, you got no place to go. You're cornered. So they're gonna treat you a certain way. When I was in Liberia and whatnot, I let people know, yeah, I got a house, nice car, career, job, everything like that. I'm here because I love Liberia. I'm here to enjoy the people, enjoy my fiance and stuff like that, you know. I wasn't sitting there throwing my life in America down the tube, talking about, oh, America is this, America that. Even though I have my issues with America, I'll never let them know that. Because they're going to start acting a certain way. They're going to act like I'm in a state of desperation. So you act like, okay, yeah, you know, I'm here, I like it, I love it, but, you know, I'll be gone in a while and whatnot, going back to what I'm doing and everything like that. But I'm like, oh, man, I just can't go back. I just can't go back. I just got to live here and whatnot, you know. You wait till you have wealth and everything when you can go make that transition to the continent, right? Where you could live that sort of lifestyle where you're not depending on nobody. Oh, that's just common sense. Don't take a genius, it's common sense. One thing you think about Africans, right? When they get here and whatnot, they'll act like they can be desperate. They know if they go back to the country, they'll starve. They'll never let you know that. They make it seem like they got so much land. Like Nigerians are good at that. Oh, I got this big house in Lagos. I got this big house over here. I got this. I got my family in the UK, and I got this over here. I got an uncle that's a doctor, and uncle's an engineer. They always talk about what they got. Most of the time, they don't have shit. But they play that, right, to make sure that you don't think for a second that you got one up on them. But black people in America, look at this girl. They go to Africa looking helpless, desperate, weak, you know, and just give him a little money. He might have had a hard day. Who the fuck cares? That's what his life is. That's what he signed up for. That's his job. His job description doesn't require you giving him bribes. And Bomani, what do you think about that topic?
Yes. It all depends. I mean, you're flowing, you know. You're flowing what you're saying. I'll let us just stick with that. But if I had to deal with situations, you know, I have a lot of people I move around with, and the most efficient way for me to do things is have tip money and other money. Let me just put it like that, and to take care of things as we go along. I can't afford being stuck between borders,
Right.
or you know, and you know, embassies, or you know, whatever the situation is. But adding along that, Woody Maya had a video out.
Yeah, that was funny.
Well, I didn't watch it because and you know, maybe
It was
probably
actually a
better for me
good
to watch
video.
it.
But
Yeah.
the thing is, though, I saw about that video. He had these women in there, these women in their late 70s and 80s and whatnot, you know, and they were talking about we're Ghanaians and whatnot. We got an ECOWAS passport. Yo, them dudes at Togo border, like, we don't give a damn, you know.
Yeah,
So,
the thing is, go ahead and finish, and I'll just add
you
to
know,
it.
the Togo people at the border, like, yo, y'all paying us, you know. They saw all these women and everything. Yeah, they said it's a payday for them. A lot of them hadn't worked and probably got paid in weeks or months or whatever like that. And they're like, we just want to bribe, you know, whatever like that. And Woody Myers like, no, I'm not paying it. I'm not paying it. Right? And I'm saying you can make the point of that, right? But did people really believe that they had something called ECOWAS and that the business as usual wasn't going to keep happening? You know, people have to pay at the border and stuff like that. You know, bribe. Woody Myers constantly going through that, you know. going to different African countries, getting kicked out, have to pay bribes and stuff like that,
Brother, I've been to many countries in Africa. I've been traveling Africa since 2004. One thing I'm going to say about me is this: I have a different approach to handling things. And number one thing, I'm not into reporting people at government buildings, embassies, and places like that, or putting cameras in their face. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not even on YouTube to be doing all that stuff. I'm here to show what we have about to show what we show. And yes, I can show a million negative, nasty, disgusting things about different parts of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And it's honestly senseless. But then it wouldn't be fair if I don't turn around and show the same stuff, where I lived at, from Georgia, Virginia, New York, and Jamaica.
Right.
At the end of the day, we're the people that's got to find ways to communicate. So, example, I have a group of people. I need to go from border to border. Hey,
right.
I have tour guides.
If I have a group of people travel with me, right, I'll do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's considered a group too. It's a smaller group. But my point is, we have to find ways to be respectful in things. You have to look at your situation. You have to look at other people's situation. And I don't know, I saw a glimpse of that video, but it's exactly like how you say it was going to be, because this person, I'm not going to call a person's name, but this person literally, that's what they feel like, that they should be doing. And, whatever people have to do, they have to do. But it's like, it goes back to, again, of this YouTube being a circus and everything. Everybody feel like, oh, I want to expose this, I want to expose this, I want to do this, I want to do this. All we're doing is just exposing how simple-minded we are as a people, and that we can't be civilized. An example, like I told people, like I've went off on one or two people. I was like, brother, it's like, instead of making a video or instead of putting this thing out, how about you be a man and call me and we talk like a man?
Yeah.
But people are quick to just jump up, and that's what people want to do nowadays. That's why this whole thing on YouTube online it's a joke. I don't take any of these people serious. Everybody just feel like they're just gonna run their mouth. That's why the best thing I'm gonna tell young brothers and sisters to do is to get a career. And again, whether you want to join law enforcement, military, it's all great careers. Don't let any disgruntled individual who is in law enforcement, that was in the military, who work for corporate America, work for the airlines, who work for their own business, because you're gonna have disgruntled people in all of these industries and things like that. Don't let them tell you the wrong way, because the first thing people feel like, hey, like example, some people may have a bad experience in the military. It happens. People have been kicked out for for doing stuff they shouldn't be doing. But at the end of the day, you do have to take accountability. And maybe you got into a situation because you're dealing with racism or whatever. You deal with that situation whether you're in the military or not. But it's like, the best thing that we can do is focus on building our career and building something to where we can have for ourselves as a people. Because literally, all this foolishness, feeling like you can just build a career that's off YouTube because you see someone else do it and somebody else look cute and they make little videos of showing them going through their little drama and their little conflict. But, like every time I go somewhere, I get it. I'm not with that. I'm not into that little cute stuff. I'm a serious, hardcore business person. Every day I got decisions to make and things to do.
People have to understand. People, when they go to Africa, right? It is what it is, right? It is what it is. When you go there or not, you gotta expect to do that and stuff like that. You expect to pay bribes and stuff like that. My point is, when you live there, you live there. That's not sustainable. If I'm going to Ghana, let's say I go to Ghana or whatever like that, and I gotta go from this checkpoint to another. If I gotta I'm not gonna sit out there in the hot sun debating over freaking a cup of $2 and shit. I'm like, here, let me get going. Just get going. But my point is, when the girl said she lived there, right? And I'm saying to myself, okay, if you see the police on a daily basis and they're shaking you down for money, right? Sooner or later, that cop could ask for more than money, and he could say, look, you got to sleep with me, or you got to do this. And I'm saying that right there is unacceptable, But it is what it is. You go into a third world. Do people understand? You go into a third world country. You go into a place where people don't have money, and things like that happen, and you got to be.
Yeah, these things are gonna happen. But the only thing I'm saying to people is, we have to find a way to resolve issues. Everything can't be, let me just expose this person and go make a YouTube video of what they're gonna do to us at the border. It's like it seemed like it was like pre-planned and set. You know what I mean? Like I mentioned to you, I've literally been to that border a few times, and I'm not gonna say it was the happiest experience or the worst experience, but I would have to say that it's reality of dealing with what you have to deal with. And, you know,
or he should have basically told those women that this might happen, you know, and this might happen on the border. Be prepared to pay. If we want to get to this festival, right, just pay it whatever it is. Because a lot of those people don't recognize those ECOWAS passports. And when they found out these women were Americans, oh, we're Ghanaians and all stuff like this, they figured the women got all this money and stuff. And so if that's the culture, right, they're like, oh, we want something to let you pass, you know?
And again, none of these things are right. And, you know, but it's like, you know, we live in one country, another set of people live in another country, and situations are dealt with different. But at least the thing we can do is, you know, you get your representation to talk to their representation and peacefully go to the side and communicate. Having that stuff go on in that situation is terrible, because you know what? I don't see our folks is not going to go up to the U.S. embassy and cause no drama.
They're not.
You know, they're gonna, you know, and when they see the Marines, they definitely gonna cause no drama. The Maroons, but again, man, like we mentioned, brother, deadly clowns. I mean, you know, deadly clowns. Everything is a comedy show. This whole thing is a circus. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, where's the level of seriousness? You know.
Yeah.
And again, let me get off that topic before I say certain thing else, because all these little cute little people doing their little thing and making it seem like they're some kind of leader or, you know, or organizer or representing certain things is not what people think it is. You know, these people are what they are. They're YouTubers, and they make a living off creating YouTube drama. That's it.
Do you think the YouTube?
They're not there to enlighten you, empower you, or anything. They may do little cute, little nice things like that and things like that. But you call them and ask them, can they actually help you do anything? Good luck on them. Good luck on them even answering your phone call or text you. 2 people just texted me earlier, right when we was talking, communicated back with them. You email me, you communicate with me. I'm about my business. I'm not no famous person who a bunch of people gonna be sending messages to. We do serious business. I mean, family, you know, our connection is Africa tourism investment, and taking it beyond that, real estate development, you know, literally straight nation building, things that you have to really just put serious time into and be focused. You can't just be out there playing around, hanging out with folks and things like that. You got to be dedicated to what you're building. But anyway, let me get past that video, because I didn't watch that thing because it annoyed me, because every time I see this character come up, it's some kind of controversy. Let me show off my new this. Let me show off my new this. Let me show off this. I'm not into those things, man. So, but many people that we know, they like people call me, and I'm like, why are you calling me, talking to me about these people? Either get to the point with me about business, or if you want to talk about something, be clear. But I'm not into all these things. I'm not into glorifying people because of popularity. It's just like I'm not into celebrities. Like, you're not gonna see me just sitting here for 3 hours talking about Kyrie Irving and talking about certain things. You know, in a normal brother setting of me and you outside, and we just, you know, we're having a drink somewhere and shooting some pool. Maybe we don't get into certain conversation, you know, which is fine. But I'm not gonna just be on YouTube wasting my hours and time just literally talking about other men or being jealous of them and things like that. What we're trying to do is organize our people to build a future. It's serious work.
I didn't know who really Kyrie Irving was. That thing. I said, well, what's the big deal?
For real?
Okay, that's fine. I can only name by face. I can only recognize 2 basketball players in the NBA. That's Steph Curry and LeBron James. That's the only 2 people I know.
That's good. You're doing good for yourself in life. It's kind of like when the people tell me that they don't smoke or drink. I'm like, you already got a great head start already. Because you're not being distracted by what's going on. And which is good. Like, sometimes you call me and ask me about things. I'm like, brother, I got customers. I got a desk full of stuff. And I got, you know, decisions to make and game plans to come up with. I can't even sit there and watch a current event. Like, people I have these characters. They'll literally be sending me videos all day long. I mean, it's not like you and I who are talking and we are working on something and we say, hey, check this out and let's talk about this later. Certain things. They're literally just like thinking that, like sometimes some people call me and they'll have a conversation with me, and, you know, just because we're from the same country or whatever, they feel like they need to like send me a bunch of videos on things, and I'm like, I'm a very intelligent, educated person. I may not talk a lot, and I may not boast about what I know and things like that, but it's like I don't have time to sit down here and concern myself with every single thing in history and every single thing currently. You know what I mean? Because you can run into some of these people and they'll sit there and they'll talk all this so-called knowledge, and then at the end of the day, they ain't about building nothing. So does it really matter that you just, I mean, and you can only watch so many videos, read so many books, and know so much. But what I want people to do is put more energy into actually doing, accomplishing, and building and making things happen.
And that's the whole thing. That's what separates us between the clowns. Clowns want to talk on YouTube all day and be like, yeah, this, that, and the other thing. I mean, every topic. And like I said, we played that video about the Cameroon, right? Now that could be a right there. If we basically were talking about real Pan Africans, we'd be talking about, well, how can we basically incorporate Amazonia into the Pan African movement? Nobody wants to talk about that. How do we get in on contracting in Africa? How do we get in on the contracts? How do we move? When are we going to establish the first diaspora bank on the African continent? We start moving money to the continent. Nobody's having those conversations. And I'm sitting there waiting every day like that for somebody to have that conversation. It's not happening, right? So how are we going to build in Africa? Like I said, we're starting out the right way, land and development in these two countries and everything like that, hopefully like that. But the next phase of Pan-African has to be about supply chains, investments and stuff like that. Serious conversation that I started years ago, and I hope that everybody else would jump on this and say that we could do this or raise it to the next level. But and also, to be honest, right, there's a lot of people that are on the continent from Black America and stuff like that are doing stuff, right? But I'll tell you right now, they're not calling themselves Pan-Africanism. They're not doing it. They're just going over there, and getting Kenya has a good silicon and technology sector. There's a lot of Black people. There's a lot of white people in Kenya. Cameroon, these countries like that. You got people doing IT stuff and everything. You got a lot of Black people from America and South Africa right now doing stuff like this. And so when people talk about the Pan-African movement, it does not mean you have to have the RBG flag on and pumping your fist, talking and stuff. It just means that you see an opportunity and you're building, right? And when you start building and you're creating something, you're accomplishing something, right? You could say, okay, that's Pan-Africanism because you're Black. You chose to go to Africa and connect with the continent and build something and everything. That's actual Pan-Africanism. But just basically the gossip and the back and forth between ADOS and continental Nigerians versus this and all this kind of nonsense that we see every day, this clown circus that we see every day, which are who's the bigger clown and everything. And this is what's dangerous about this, about what the movement is. And like I said, I just want to tell people tonight, right? Look, the real Pan-African world, join the BAO social network, right? And there's people that's doing stuff, right, in the Pan-African world. But just because somebody's not on YouTube, just because somebody don't got a certain amount of subscribers, do not mean they're not a credible Pan-Africanist or they're not doing stuff. Like, the brother earlier was asked, well, how do we stop this splintering off? I said, the first thing to do is recognize that just because somebody doesn't have a YouTube channel, just because somebody's not present on social media, does not mean that these people exist. And don't not mean that this Pan-African movement, which is logical, achievable, reasonable, practical, is not happening. It's just that people decide that, they're going to do it and they stay off YouTube. They stay off the stuff like this and they wait until they accomplish something. And then they say, look at what we did. Look at what we did. This has a finished product. This is what we did. So I don't want anybody to think that the Pan-African movement is just a bunch of people talking on YouTube, talking back and forth. That's not what it is. Bomani does a lot of work, behind the scenes. He gets work done. I get a lot of work done,
Yeah, coming on YouTube is, for us, it's work and we're presenting things. But some people literally think that this coming on YouTube is like the world and everything, and that's the all and be all. I mean, and that's what I'm telling people. This is like it's turned into more of a circus than anything, because all you have is just people just entertaining this.
They think it's fun.
I mean, there's important information being put out there, just like, we're putting out important information for anyone who wants to know about this traveling to Africa, investing, doing business, and so there's important information out there, but it's like people go beyond that, and then it's just that entertainment show, and that's what stands out, because people are more likely to sit there and watch these clowns than to sit there and watch anything educational about me and you talking about nation building. And
if you do a show and you're talking about ADOS versus Nigerians and all like that, or who got the bigger booty and stuff like that, or Pan-African dating, and then the new thing now coming down the pike is the anti-passport bro movement is now going to Africa now. You got African women talking about, oh, we don't want no passport bros. I'm like, yo, all this freaking nonsense is filtering out to the content and everything. It's foolishness. People are talking about passport bros. People are talking about this and talking about other things. And when you start talking about, something, let's talk about an electrical grid. Like, your brother had a good stuff. How do we solve the electrical grid problem? We would like to do a show, but nobody will tune in. What do we do about the electrical show? I have electricians in the BAO, who can give some insight. But you think people tune in for that? No.
Yeah, that's what I'm sit here and do a bunch of technical shows anyway.
Yeah, you could do technical shows too. You're a tech person, right? But people ain't gonna want to hear that.
Do anything like that? Come here and come here and make a payment, and we can go through it.
Yeah, but when you talk about stuff like this, like, I would like to have this show where we're talking about, people ask me, well, about building Afrikstan. I want to have that show soon. What would basically be essential? Or first of all, when you build stuff like that, you also always got to have an industrial zone. You have a commercial park. You saw that video with Liberia, right? Like that's going to be a beautiful community right there. They have the front entrance and everything like that. Houses for starting at $25,000. You could basically build something in Liberia, right? Easily. You don't have to go through the whole thing of citizenship and all that. You can buy a piece of property, own a piece of Africa, right there tomorrow. And so say just put down a $5,000 down payment, and pay the rest off, or get a mortgage, or pay stuff off cash. These are things that'll put you on the continent. We want to talk about importing and exporting, right? What does Africa need? Export. Africa has all the imports it needs, right? But what can we export and manufacturing out of Africa, right? Manufacturing, right, and distribution is always a way to gain wealth and everything. These are things we should be discussing in the Pan-African world. What are we manufacturing? What are we building? I said earlier about the shipping industry, right? We're way off from having our own African shipping industry, but we should start talking about that. Why is it that a whole giant continent, right? There's no shipping company, right, that all the countries in Africa have stock in, and basically say this is going to be our main shipping hub to here, around the continent, and around the world. There's no shipping. Tiny country like Singapore has one of the largest shipping fleets in the world. How is that, brother Bomani? Little tiny country like Singapore has more ships. Africa has no ships, but has more ships than most countries in the world. Little tiny country. It's the mind, because they took Pan-Asianism seriously. You know what Pan-Asianism was right there? It was 1955, the Bandung Conference. They said basically, we're gonna build Asia and take Asia over country by country. But some people will get on here and talk about the white people, the white elite built Asia and whatnot. The white elite lost everything in World War II to the Japanese. Asia was destroyed. Asians rebuilt Asia, and they reclaimed the region. All the shipping companies, the banks, everything you see in Asia is run by Asians. But yet, you look now 60, 70 years later in Africa, it's just the opposite. There's no shipping companies, no shipping trade between Black Africa and America. There's nothing that ships from the African ships itself to the United States or the United States ports. You can go to any port in America and you'll never see anything of substantial shipped from Africa by African companies to the United States. And
Serious.
America is a serious market. These are the conversations we need to be having. You know, these are the conversations we should be having as men. Now, we have to also, in the Pan-African world, right, we have to separate men from women. Women are going to be concerned with love, relationships, and lifestyle, stuff like that. Men have to be focused on nation building. Men have to be focused on infrastructure. Men have to be focused on military, security, police, you know, and stuff like that. That's what men should be focused on. You know, that's what men should be talking about. Okay? What is the security? How can we add to Africa's security? You know, security and development. What can we do? You know, in that capacity. But we don't have that. You know, we just have people sitting around talking about, you know, nonsense back and forth, and you know what I'm saying? We ADOS, and we're FBA, and we're Nigerians, and we're Ghanaians, and all this kind of foolishness, you know, because like I said, and also we can't basically, and I myself cannot keep getting upset over YouTube. I got to stop using YouTube as a gauge, right? I have to hope that out there are real serious black people around the world that want to get together and talk and are building. I know they're out there, you know, but you know, and I'm keep trying to bring them into the BAO and stuff like that, you know, because one thing I love about the BAO is the people that joined the BAO never go on YouTube. They're freaking serious people who got serious careers and serious stuff like that, and they're looking for the green light to really build something, you know. And like I said, you know, I'm just doing my best and whatnot, you know. Had a setback with Angola and with Liberia now and whatnot, and hopefully in the future I'm just laying a foundation that this is all going to take off on a big scale. You know, I'm proud of the fact that I got Mr. Rosenthal. You know, this man's 77 years old. He's going to the continent, right? He's always in the continent building gold bullion banks. He's doing all this stuff. He formed the first black bank in Mississippi. You know, 77 years old. He's accomplishing things, you know, and he's well accomplished, well connected on a global stage. You know, and I'm proud to call him a partner and a friend. But, you know, this is what I mean by Pan-African, people like that. And Roosevelt doesn't roll around the RBG on. He doesn't roll around black power and everything, but he gets the job done. He gets the bullion banks established, you know. He got the natural resource banks established in 2017. And he just completed the gold bullion bank of the DR Congo. And he's with Museveni and Uganda getting that done. The bank done there. What the gold bullion bank does is, you know, with gold is the most precious, the best asset you can have. When you have gold, you can borrow against it. You can hedge against it 5 times. 5 times its value. And that's how infrastructure, that's how you back up your currencies. And also gold-backed cryptocurrency. These are things that's changing Africa and changing Africa for the better. So this is what we're working on in the future, you know, not silly ass Pan-Africanist babble back and forth. The Pan-African world got to start talking about infrastructure, start talking about science, technology, education, you know, all these things right here that's important. You know, our ancestors did what they had to do. You know, John Henry Clark, Marcus Garvey, these men got us to this point. Now it's up to us to take it to the next level. Our next level is building infrastructure, building communities, building municipalities, you know, building trade zones. You know, it angers me that, you know, we have all the people, we talk about infrastructure every night and everything, and the same people listen to us, right? Is going to tell us, oh, Joe Biden got a good plan for Africa. What? Did he read the BAO about us? No. Is he talking about the bullion bank? No. Is he talking about building infrastructure? No. So if you are Pan-Africanist and you listen to me and whatnot, why are you telling me about some stupid stuff the United States is talking about? The United States is not interested in building a Pan-African infrastructure. They're not interested in that. You're interested in saving off Africa from China and Russia. That's all it is. Now, it does not mean that we can't be watch these two giants fight, and we see where we can fit in and benefit. That's what I could see us doing. You know, China comes in, says he wants to do business with us or whatnot, and we're getting contracts, subcontractors, or whatever like that. That's fine. If the United States wants to do that, and they want to put a contract with us, a contract, build something and everything that's approved by the local governments and everything like that, that we could benefit from, that's fine too. If a U.S. company wants to build a factory on the African continent, that's fine. You know, why? Because they're employing people. That's building factories and building industries on the continent, right? Will create, you know, will create jobs, you know. And I'm the first like Pan African will ever say that. I have no problem. Why? Because I've watched decades, right, for this idea of black people, we're going to go to Africa and build everything, and I haven't seen nothing built. So it's a dawn on me that I just have to swallow my pride and realize that even though we got black people that are billionaires in America, right, they don't obviously are not interested in building in Africa like that. You know, some do, but for the most part, no. So what you have to do is, if we still need jobs and need businesses, and you want to move any significant of black people on the continent, you're going to need investment. You know, you're going to need to talk to whoever, the Turks, the Lebanese, the Chinese, the Europeans, whatever like that, because the bottom line is black people in America have not friggin' organized ourselves to friggin' to benefit Africa. You know, and so therefore we have to look at other options. You know, we have to look at other options. If Ford Motor Company wants to build a plant, hey, you know, it's creating jobs. You know, it's creating jobs and creating opportunity. We have to do that. You know, and with that, those people could move to the continent, buy houses and everything, and then we could do it from there. In a couple of decades, man, maybe we might have our own industries and stuff like that. But right now, we don't have it like that. You know, we don't have it like that. I'm just being honest, you know. You know, people want to be black to the 20th power and whatnot, you know, with no capital, no money, no shit. You know, I'm just being honest, you know. I'm just being honest. If we go basically like this, I'm like this. And people say, well, what do you think between China and the United States? Well, I'm torn. I really don't know. I really don't know, to be perfectly honest with you. It's obviously that America really is not really interested in Africa. Why? Because let me tell you something, folks, and let's African people listen to this right here. America really never wanted anything to do with Africa. The only thing America wanted to do with Africa was send some of us to Liberia and whatever like that. America's not interested in Africa. You know, a white American man is not interested in living on the continent. You know, and white people for the most part from America, unlike Europe, right, don't want to be around a lot of black people like that. They don't even like being around us for the most part. So they're not going to come and bring their company and say, yeah, I'm in Africa, I make a lot of, I don't care how much money they can make. They'd rather take a loss. They'd rather bring their company to Mexico or somewhere like that, you know, where you got brown people, but they're not going to bring their company, and all those companies that move to Mexico and everything like that, or build their businesses to China and everything. You didn't see no American companies bringing their business to Africa. Why is that? It's simply racism. America is not interested. The only country America has ever been in business to is South Africa. You had IBM, Ford, everybody on the continent. There's some American companies on the continent, different countries, but not many. America's companies, for the most part, have always been in South Africa, because South Africa is an industrial base. Too bad I worked 7 months. I'll listen to the replay, go back to sleep. Peace. Hey, thank you, Mara. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, thanks for tuning in.
Get some rest. Sweet dreams.
Rest. But that's the whole thing. So here's the thing. The only way the largest economy in the world, is going to get into Africa, right, is there has to be some sort of agreement between the African American business community, because we did it in South Africa. We brought a lot of companies in South Africa in post-apartheid. There was in '94. There was a lot of African Americans that Whitney Houston was part of the group that brought Pepsi back to South Africa. South Africa, broad background. I don't know if they was there before, but there was a lot of African Americans that rose to the top of CEOs of U.S. companies in Africa. That's a lot of opportunity right there. We'll say, well, that's American company. Look, stop with that nonsense. We don't have any IBMs. We don't have any PepsiCos. We don't have any Fortune 500 companies like that as black owned for the most part. We do have black companies and everything, but they're not on that large scale. So if America wants to get into the African market, which they're going to have to, let me tell you something how business works, right? America basically, with American products, right? Now, America is dominating right now in Silicon Valley. Everything, all the technology you see come from the United States, Silicon Valley. All the technology, everybody, we're in the information age. Technology, apps, and all the stuff like that is changing the world, the way we do business. There's all kinds of semiconductors and stuff like that, like that. America is where it's at. America is where it's all created. That's an opportunity for Africans, diasporans, and African Americans, right, to get into these companies, right, to build on the African continent, to develop the technology infrastructure and the hard and soft infrastructure of the continent. Everything from fiber optics to everything you need, all the major infrastructure technology that's being created, the futuristic cities, smart cities and stuff like that, right? We have to be the ones that basically say that this is what we want to do. Same way we did in South Africa. It was black people in America that said, look, let's go to Africa. Oprah Winfrey led it by building that school over there, and then a lot of black celebrities and everything like that, followed her, and there was a lot of investments. You see the series Blacks Without Borders, as people are going over to South Africa, bringing companies and investment firms and everything like that, venture capital firms and everything like that. We got to be the vanguard of that. And the only way that's going to happen is the face of Pan-Africanism has to start looking professional, and it has to look serious. That's why the deadly clown culture is dangerous to this. Now, I'm not saying there's some people that do a lot of good content on YouTube or not that say a lot of things and stuff like that, but that get lost in the sauce when you have one show that you're doing a real good content and you're doing a real good presentation talking about business, and then you let anybody up on the panel talking a bunch of nonsense and it goes left. The face of Pan-Africanism in the future is going to decide whether this movement lives or dies. Because there's no way in the world that Africa is going to develop, right, without major. It's not just the U.S., right? You now have Brazil, who's a growing power, right? You have Russia, China, a lot of these countries that historically don't have any roots in colonialism and everything like that, right? Because France is on its way out. What's going to fill the vacuum in some of these Francophone countries? It could be us. Why don't we have partners with Brazil, Russia, the BRIC countries and everything, and say, hey, we could build this right here. You see this right here? We could build this city-state. We could build this right here. Come on, we could build manufacturing. We need this, that, and the other thing. That's the face of Pan-African in the future. Recognizing that we don't have the capacity, right? But we could create a win-win situation, right? We want to build the Afrikstan. We want to build all stuff like that. We need investment. A win-win situation. You make money, we're not. We're creating jobs. We're creating a tax base. We're building infrastructure. And there will be the peace. No, we don't have that right now. We don't have it right now. We're sitting there and worrying about, okay, we don't have this, we don't have that. Of course you don't. If you're going to go to Africa talking about how racist America is and stuff like that, how terrible America is all the time or not, where you could basically like, and then there's really black people, brilliant black people in America who are in a company, right? and saying, you know something, man, I know I have the glass seal and everything like that, but wow, man, if I could bring my, and this happened with a couple in the oil industry. In technically, there was a Nigerian American who convinced Exxon to invest in Nigeria, you know, and do stuff like this, you know. If we don't do, African Americans will do it, these black immigrants eventually going to start doing it. And you know something else? You know, while you clowning and fooling on that, a lot of these African immigrants are coming over here, right? They're getting into corporate America. They're making contacts and everything like that, right? And they're bringing American ingenuity, American companies like that. A job you should be doing as an African American. But you go to the African continent empty-handed. You go over there talking about, I want a visa, free visa. You know, I want a passport. I don't even want to pay $100 for a visa. I want a passport. I want some land. This deadly clown culture got to stop. And like I said, a lot of African immigrants and everything like that, they come here and they're getting into the right companies and everything, and they're pulling major red. Now, so far, they haven't been successful. Because what they need is, they need a strong presence of the diaspora interested in Africa, building Africa. If they do that, then some of these U.S. companies will be more apt to say, yeah, you know, that would be a good investment. I do think that can happen as far as like tourism, entertainment. You get to college, what are you talking about? You're rambling, okay? For example, cruise ships. Black people in America are one of the biggest cruise ship goers in the world. Black people in America spends almost $100 billion a year on travel, tourism, cruise ships, all that shit like that, right? There are currently no major cruise lines that go to any African port. What does that mean, Kala? What does that mean, Kala? What does that mean? Do you know when a cruise ship goes to a port, right? They usually restock, refuel, and stuff like this, right? And the countries that they go to benefit because they supply those things, or the cruise lines will have factories and warehouses set up in that country to make sure their ships are supplied and everything. So the billions and billions of dollars of cruise dollars and everything like that, right, that go all over the world, the Mediterranean, everything like that, none of it's in the African continent. I think the only one is Egypt with Sharm el Sheikh. I think cruise ships go up to Suez, you know. You've been there, Bomani, right? I think the only one is Sharm el Sheikh. I think maybe South Africa. You know, I think Cape Town might have a cruise, you know, I think. That's about it. But the whole coast of West Africa, there are no major cruise lines go to these things. They go to Brazil, they go all around Chile, they go up to the Pacific and everything. But it seems like the whole Atlantic coast where there's black countries that are completely off limits. You know, there's no cruise ships that's docked or any African country.
Exactly, and that's why you and I talk about you know, what we can make happen in Liberia, Ghana, and along the coast, because you know we got to get into maritime operation and literally just get out there in the water and build from docks, ports, get our own vessels out for tourism, import, export, just get into
everything.
the world.
It's like everything. Yeah? It's like we need everything.
I mean, the world is what, 70% water, right? So what are we doing?
Check us out. People say, well, we can do Africa. Everything, you know, everything. When you go there, you have vision, you know. You know, we have vision, you know, everything. We need everything, you know, we need everything. We just don't need a clown show, you know. We need everything in Africa, right? You know, that right there, even if the cruise lines don't start from America, which would be nice, right? But you have these world cruises, right? That they go around the world, right? They stop in each country, refuel, restock, and all stuff like this. That's millions and millions of dollars, right? Potential, you know.
Each port, that's a serious business. So you want to get in, you want to get your port set up that way. When a ship come in, you can enterprise it.
Right, enterprise. Once you have the ports, like Nigeria built the Lekki port, right? What are they doing with that port? You know, but it's like sitting there doing nothing, you know, and stuff like that, you know. That port should be like having cruise ships coming in and stuff like that. But before you already do that, right? You got to be able to supply them. You got to have manufacturing. You have to have your electricity.
You have to be serious, man.
You
Man,
know?
brother, I was out there for 6 months, man, and we hit all those, all those countries on the Pacific, and and one thing you're gonna see, you're gonna be refueling, like you mentioned, and once you're there, you're gonna be seeing the forklift moving around, loading, loading,
Right.
while you're doing whatever you're doing, and it's and it's something that is organized. They're ready. There's people there working, making their money, and that's why we have to do development that way. When businesses come in, we're ready for business, and I think that's what we're all saying, that we have not put enough into where businesses are going to come this way, because you're wondering why cruise ships don't come to all these places that we go to in West Africa.
We're not set up.
It's a very real situation, and and the market is there. I mean, that's a whole lot of water, brother,
and a lot of people. A lot of people. Black people travel on cruise ships more than anybody. We're always on the cruise ships traveling. We're the most cruise shippiest people in the world. All kinds of people. When people like stopping at exotic ports, and I look at the coastline of Liberia, man, that could be a beautiful place for cruise ships to stop. And
that is the goal, brother. That's the goal to do right there, man. And that's what I'm telling people: untapped opportunities, untapped. Based on the fact that you live here and you see how these things operate, you can enterprise in Africa.
So those are the things we want to reach out to, but you got to have Africa ready. Ports got to be ready. They got to basically, and also another industry is air freight and air cargo. All these things are out there, right? And we're missing out on because we don't have the real business leadership. And to be honest with ourselves, we Africa never have that break. And I'll say this like this. They said, well, Africa has billions of dollars. Yeah, but look who gets the billions of dollars, right? You got Nigerians that call themselves billionaires, right? Do you think they put their money in invest in stuff like that? No, they're not interested. So that's why I said the Pan-African world, the people who say, it's not just saying I'm a Pan-Africanist, it's saying we have to build global Black business infrastructure,
Absolutely. We have to reinvest back in our own situation.
Infrastructure. I'm going to keep saying it, right?
I mean, just like we talk about, we're not picking on Nigeria, but we have all these flashy Nigerians talk all this stuff. I mean, I'm just using one country, so anybody listening from Nigeria, don't take it personal. I'm just using one country as an example, and we can use many other countries. But we always see these flashy folks about they're rich, they're this, they're that, this successful in America and Europe. But then what it doesn't translate to is what's going on the continent, because we have to get involved with straight up manufacturing and straight up this. Doing the things that we're literally trying to recruit foreigners to come do. I mean, you can recruit the foreigners to come do it, but it's like, what are the foreigners doing? Especially like the Chinese and other Asians. They're bringing in their population, and they're literally taking up a contract opportunity, and
they're taking the money back to their country
and position themselves for dominance and position themselves to outcompete you. So somewhere along the line, this has to translate with all these folks who came to America and went through the ranks and got successful, got rich and everything. It has to translate to us investing in Africa and building the Black African infrastructure that we talk about.
Right.
Other than that, you're going to be owned by all these countries. But what I'm saying to people is, like, if a group of foreigners come in and they own everything in your country, I mean, it's just that simple. They own your country.
Yeah.
So we have to build Black ownership to the highest level. And even if we have to just come together little by little and put our corporate, economic, financial resources together and put our skill bank and base together and compete little by little and work our way up into dominating different industries. If that's what we got to do, that's what we have to do. We can't sit back like spectators, like sitting ducks and just hoping things are going to change. And that's the issue I have with most people who just talk about Africa. I was like, you're talking all that stuff, but you're not getting involved in the game. You can't change nothing from just running your mouth. And that's what I'm trying to tell folks. All the deadly clown stuff on
YouTube. Getting a passport for your end game is stupid. We're not building anything with that. So like that. So we basically have to like this. Now, all these countries, all the coast of Africa are beautiful. I mean, even Guinea-Bissau. You ever seen the coast? That's beautiful. These countries are beautiful, right? But they're not developed. Sierra Leone got beautiful white sand beaches, white sand, beautiful, absolutely beautiful, right? But, everybody's looking at why is not people like coming over there, right? It has to build the infrastructure first, right? It has to build the infrastructure. And to do that, people don't realize something, right? Do you know what kicks off manufacturing and everything? Tourism. Tourism. People coming to your country and everything. People buying. People restaurants. Restaurants. That's how your economy, right? Restaurants. People are buying goods, buying canned goods. They're basically like this to serve the people. The more you get people like this, the bottom line is this, right? Africa, not only is Africa losing money, it's losing human capital. You can't keep having people leaving the continent, right? You have to build an African middle class, right? And you have to build a capacity where money and is coming into your country, right? Because that's going to attract investment and venture capital, right? If people see that, like now, the country that got itself together as far as that goes, South Africa. South Africa got itself together as far as that's concerned because people are going there. South Africa gets about 7 to 8 million tourists a year. Those tourists pump billions of dollars into the economy. When they pump billions of dollars into the economy, it spurs manufacturing, it spurs banking, it spurs industry, it spurs everything. Service sector, everything. It benefits. The airlines, taxi service, everything benefits from influx of capital, right? South Africa has the infrastructure. They built the infrastructure even back in the 50s, right? Durban and Cape Town built this infrastructure. People are coming in on cruise ships. People coming there, airlines, everything, enjoying the beaches and everything like that, even during apartheid times, People, it was just a place to be. Same thing with Australia, Australia gets a lot of its money from people coming there and wanting to do business there. What is it about Africa that has not been able to attract, people to its country? Have it attract the right type of people to its country. They have not invested in entertainment, tourism, and stuff like that. That's vital to a country. And when you do that, right, when people are coming there and spending money and stuff like that, right, you'll see growth in your economy because that's going to spur everything. Because what happens is this: people have money, they have jobs, they can purchase houses, they can purchase cars, everything. When they can purchase cars right there, you have a market for cars now, When they can purchase clothes, you got a market for clothes now, But you can't have people talk about average African lives on $1 a day. No, you have to create wealth, jobs, and employment and opportunity, and you do that with things like cruise lines, tourism, and stuff like that. We're doing our part with our tourism thing, but we need lots more energy from that sector. And I think that one of the things would be great if Africa built this port and attracted. The CEO of Carnival Cruise, a black man. A black man is the CEO of Carnival Cruises. But he brings all those things to the Caribbean. I don't know if he's Caribbean descent, whatever. I think he's African American. But most of the Carnival Cruise go to the Pacific. Now you know what countries open itself up to cruise? Cuba. But just a year ago, I think Trump administration stopped it. I think they were resuming. What do you know about that? They're resuming day trips to Cuba. And Cuba's about to get an influx of millions, and not billions of dollars of U.S. dollars by the day cruises and stuff. Bermuda is a country that makes all its money on tourism. It has no industry. And Bermuda has one of the highest per capita incomes in the world. I have family friends from Bermuda. And they have all this wealth and everything like that. The people on the island, man, they got money because all these cruise ships come into Bermuda. And it's a tiny island. And so I asked the Pan-African world, how come we haven't be able to convince the world that African countries are a place to go to? We haven't did our job. Because let me tell you something, folks. There's this thing where people are always trying to make Africa seem like a place of conflict and stuff like this. And people have this negative image. Now, as far as like South Africa In Southern Africa, it's maybe a little different, you know, because people don't go there to see people; they go there to see the safaris. They go there to see the lions and the rhinos and elephants and stuff. But if you look at the Caribbean, people go down to the Caribbean. There's no lions and everything like that, but people go. There's a black country too. The Bahamas. People put billions of dollars into these economies by Jamaica. My mind's from Jamaica. Montego Bay. People go there, you know, millions and millions of dollars, you know.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I mean, you're talking about Jamaica, the world's best place for tourism. The white folks and everybody just love the northern part of the north coast of the country. So it's like, but you know, when you think about it, what does it have? Great infrastructure,
Yeah.
great tourism infrastructure, directly also. You know, roads, airports, everything is just modern, updated. And I'm telling people that even if you want investors to come to your country, you know, you have to have something to offer into the countries. But
Yeah.
also people have to lobby, and you know, there's things that have to go on. But tourism is a nice introduction, and the only thing I would say is this: unfortunately, majority of those resorts and those investments are not owned by us as a people.
Not owned by us.
I mean, and it's not black Jamaicans, and you know, it'll be nice if we had, you know, more people from America and Africa, you know, being big investment or investors in the whole Caribbean, because you know, you're talking about black countries also.
Right.
So I'm telling folks, like even when we talk about shipping from West Africa to the Caribbean islands, you know, I mean, these are all of the things that, you know, the great Marcus Garvey himself envisioned, and that he put out there for us to kind of just envision that, you know, these are the things that we have to do just like any other great people. If we wanted this, if we wanted to be on top and compete versus just being the slave or working class people. But nevertheless, brother, you know, these are things we're telling people. Hey, tourism, do not just overlook tourism. Like, you know, people want to make their jokes. That's how I got all these people to live in countries like Ghana, and also, you know, be a part of the community. You know, you have to do that as an initial introduction. That's what I'm always telling people. The best thing to do is just, you know, even if you don't come on a tour group with us, just go to the country, but you know, but don't make that situation to where you've never been to Africa and then you ship all your stuff there and you make this like I know people are laughing. Like, who does that? Trust me, family. People call me here and they explain all that to them, and I'm like, wow, you know, because at that point they done made their mind up already. So I mean, I'm not here to tell you what you can't do and everything. Only thing I can tell you is to make sure that your plan is in order, because there's no welfare system that you're going to. When things go wrong for you, you're gonna have to just come back and, you know, and you know, so so basically what I'm saying to people, hey, be thankful of your blessings of what you have where you have here. And if we're gonna make this move work in Africa, let's be straight tactical.
Yeah.
To the highest level.
I say like this. Anybody who doesn't understand, right? That like I said, you have that whole coast of West Africa, right? Each country should have one port that cruise ships could dock in. You know, each country should have one major port, that major cruise line. But before you do that, right, you got to have good infrastructure, good port, and you got to be able to supply them. Some of these countries, like the cruise ship lines, right, will invest in supply. Like when you supply a ship, right, if they say we need a ton of lobsters, right, you know, we got to refuel. We out of lobsters. We out of steaks, whatever like that. We out of shrimp. You know, we out of beer. We're out of whatever we're out of, right? They got to be able to come to your country, right? And basically, it's like, hey, look, you know, we need to restock. That's how people get money. That's how people get rich. That's how businessmen get rich. You know, we got this cruise ship stopping here and like that. But like I said, that's all tied up in networks. How do we break into that, right? Being black people, right? Because you know these rich billionaires and whatnot got all that locked up. You know, they got not only do they basically own the ships, right? They own all the supply chains, everything like that. We don't have any black African supply chains. You know, we don't supply anything to the world. You know, so we're starting out with scratch, folks. We're starting out with scratch. And this, like I said, this basically is going to be the challenge of the Pan-African world. Buildings, I don't want to hear nothing about anything else but other than building a supply chain and stuff like that. How do we do that? If there are Black people who are trying to build a supply chain, let's get them together and let's start communicating with them and put them in the forefront so everybody knows what we're talking about. This comment says West African billionaires come together and go into maritime logistics, put some ships in route in North America. I was starting to wonder, do we really have West African billionaires? You know, I know a lot of people say that Bomani laughs, man, but I'm like, it's so obvious. You mean to tell me you can't figure out the fact that you could make whatever billion you think you got, you could make 100 times with a little bit of investment? You know, where the shipping, we don't have logistics and all the stuff like that, you know, not just in North America. I would be happy if you see West African logistics, everything logistics, shipping is part of logistics, just in the friggin' region. Why is it that everything in Ghana comes from a foreign ship? Anytime you see a Chinese ship unloading in Ghana, you know, a Turkish ship and a European ship, a Norwegian ship, you mean to tell me that nobody said, look, man, we got to have our own shipping? You can go to each country, load up and whatnot, you know, and bring it back and whatnot, but we don't, you know what I'm saying? You know, he says Jamaica has billionaires in the U.S. too. You know, I would like to know where are these billionaires at, you know?
For real, right?
Where the fuck where are these billionaires at, you know? You know, I'm starting to doubt, man, you know, do we got Black billionaires and everything like that? You know, do we have it? You know, but the whole thing is, you know, but what the thing is, Black people, for the most part, right? We're so conditioned and domesticated white people, right? We don't think like this long term. What's the point? You know, I'm like this, you know. You see how rich people like Charles Barkley, when they out chasing white girls and
All right.
And they out there, him and Shaq and all chasing white girls playing golf.
White girls playing golf.
You know? And so every time I see these clowns, Shannon Sharp and all these fools and whatnot, you know, all they care about their parties with their white chicks and all stuff like that. They ain't thinking about that, like.
They ain't thinking about no Black power, no nation building, no.
They think about nothing like this, you know.
Hey, let me put my money together, go build a factory over here and help some of these folks over here in West Atlanta or over here in East New York or somewhere. That's or just somewhere. They're not there. So I'm telling people that all these people that you praise and worship, that's getting this, you say getting this bag and getting all this big money. You don't be sitting around worshiping them folks. I mean, you're not nowhere on their mind. If you're on their mind, they'll be looking to reinvest with people like yourself. They will be willing to do things in the neighborhoods or communities where you live at. But instead, they're out there splurging and giving all that money back to the system.
Now, let me ask you a question, right? What you heard about that guy that has a brother that has a $300 million, supposed to be with 300. I don't know all this stuff. Like, you don't know the $300 million movie studio in a Sabo in Ghana. You know, he's gonna build a $300 million studio and whatnot. You know, and I'm like, everybody praise.
The best thing to do is for them to make the video and put it on YouTube, and so we can. All
well, they put a video out there, you know, and it was like, yeah, he's building a $300 million studio and whatnot in Ghana and stuff like that. You know,
$300,000 studio.
No, $300 million studio. You know,
that doesn't exist. Not that I can think of.
Yeah,
I mean, I drive by that area all the time. It would be a situation that would stand out.
Let me see
people like to just, it's just like some people like, oh yeah, I made this amount of money on YouTube and I made it's like,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you don't have to call people out, but I'm just speaking to people in general.
Look.
It's not one or two people. It's a lot of them. You know what I mean? But it's like
I love my brother. I can't.
Well, I wasn't specifically talking about him or anybody specific. I was talking about a bunch of folks on YouTube in general, like literally this I made this amount from YouTube and this and that. You know, it's all fun and games until one day YouTube say no more monetization.
Oh yeah, what are people gonna do when that happens, man? You know, they're gonna be people committing suicide. Everybody big and bad on YouTube and whatnot. Will YouTube one day say, you know something? We're changing our policy. These niggas gonna be on the Capitol Hill. Nah, man, this is racist or whatnot. Yo, that's why I said Black African infrastructure. They're like, fuck you, I don't want to hear about that shit. Whatnot. Yeah, I want YouTube. I said, yo, we should be building our own platform. At least build our own damn platform we can monetize and whatnot. They don't want to hear that. They're like, I'm good with YouTube. and these are supposed to be so-called Pan-African nationalists, you know, deadly clown shit, you know. Okay, we're Pan-African nationalists. Why the fuck are we? Why is our bread and butter coming from freaking YouTube? You know, yeah, film studio in Ghana. I'm still part of the studio in Ghana.
Good luck on trying to find that. Yeah, but yeah, what I was saying in reference to that is like, you know, people always want to, you know, fake moves in front and just literally just talk all this stuff. Oh, I got this going on, and and it's like just to glamorize themselves as, you know, just like I was talking about earlier about.
I found it.
You found it.
Yeah, yo, I don't know, man. What to think about this character? You know, he said what $350 million studio to be built in Ghana. You know, LA native, right?
Well, it's not built.
Yeah,
it's to be built. Yeah, when I see it, I believe it.
Yeah, you know, the $300 million studio, whatnot, and $50 million studio. Now let's say he builds that studio, right? What sort of films are going to be made there? You know, are they going to be, you know, Nollywood type films? Are they going to be what? You know, I hate when people do that, right? They say we're going to build a film industry in Ghana, right? You know, Ghanaian films. I guess Ghana has a film industry, right? You know, the Ghana films. I don't think Ghana.
Look at this right here.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, that's. I didn't want to say it like that, man. West African films, man. Yo, and look, I'm not trying to come off.
Hey, how about hey? Can we get some roads first?
Yeah, you get some roads on that, you know.
I remember somebody saying that. I thought that was funny, yo.
Yeah.
I couldn't. Can I get some consistent water and some
Yeah. That's what somebody said. Let's get some electricity first, you know.
It's funny because people have to pick. You know, people love to pick on West Africa.
Because West Africa don't have the priorities right. You know, people.
Yeah, it is, and yes, family. Unfortunately, it is one of the poorest regions in the world, but
least developed.
We love our West Africa. It's the blackest part of the world you're gonna ever go to.
It has potential. I see it as a
potential.
Brother,
before I even got off the plane in Tanzania, it was just nothing but white folks everywhere. Before I even got off the plane, by the time I got off the plane in Ghana, went around, came back, I could count the amount of white folks that I ran into.
You know,
on one hand.
South Africa, you know,
it's just a different area. Like somebody was making a comment about they like East Africa. East Africa is more developed and so on. I'm like, go keep your East Africa. You know what I mean?
Anywhere you have Indians and whites, they're not gonna live a certain standard of living. They're not whites and Indians not gonna live with electricity going out all the time. You know, of course it's gonna be more developed. You know, I remember Kaiser was clowning on Mike. You know, Mike O, our favorite Nigerian clown. You know. He was like, they were showing this video of these white people at bush meat eater, you know. Mike would say, this white guy was in Kenya, right? And he was like this, and everybody's clowning. This white guy trying to get some ass, it's a white clown looking motherfucker, right? Anyway, the lights had went out at a certain time, right? And Mike said, "What? The power went out?" And Kaizo said, "Man, this ain't Nigeria, bro. Everyone, we got electricity. Just the power goes out at a certain time because people go home and go to bed. They don't walk the streets, you know." He said, "This ain't your dusty ass Nigeria where y'all don't got no power." Every part, I was like, "Damn!" He goes, "Every part of Kenya got electricity. We don't have power issues like that."
I'm sure they have some kind of power issue.
You know, I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "You guys are used to no power." So you automatically assume, hey, this is Kenya. This is not Nigeria or whatnot. You know, our rural areas. It was the rural areas, like a rural market area. They say, yeah, those power lines, everything. He said, you go to Nigeria, you don't even see that and whatnot, you know? I was like, damn, man, you know?
The power's probably underground.
Yeah, that's what they say. What's underground? No, it ain't underground. You ain't underground.
Way underground.
You're underground. You ain't having it. You know, you ain't got no electricity. And so that's what it is, man. Yo, look, the infrastructure, folks, man, we have to basically pray to the infrastructure God, man. You know, we have to put the infrastructure God, you know, in the pantheon, you know, somebody, right? You know, because the black man, right, we need infrastructure, you know? We need these things because we don't feel like
mad jokes. We got mad jokes.
Yeah, imagine making James Bond car cashier and car driving. Yo, Mara's fucking coming off, man. Yo, he's coming off. They tell you it's because of power cut. Damn, man, that's being hard, man. Yo, he clowning on fucking Africa, man. Goddamn, what's the truth though, man? We want better, man, but goddamn, can we get the basics, man? I ain't asking a whole lot. Motherfuckers in Africa, we talk about, look at my big man. I don't give a damn. All I see is that pothole, that dirt road leading to your mansion, you know? I see no power lines and everything. I see no sewer lines and whatnot. What the fuck, yo? I was like, what the fuck, yo? You gotta get your infrastructure game started. You know, back in the days, man, you had brothers be like, yo, Tyler, man, we got infrastructure, man. Show me a picture of a paved road. See, I'll give you credit. You're getting your infrastructure game up again. I like how y'all paved y'all road out there, you know, like that, you know, but, you know, okay, yeah, you're getting there a little bit, you know. Y'all got to step your infrastructure game up, man. Every black man in Africa, in the world, should be like this. Infrastructure should be the main thing we talking about. Not politics, not who gets elected, none of that shit. Everything, every black man. If it means that we start an infrastructure fund, investment fund for Africa, so be it. So long as this man's right, I'm willing to invest in that shit. You know, where everybody can get the basic infrastructure of the continent. The continent needs to close infrastructure gaps and everything like that. We have to do that. The whole entire black race. There should be, I'm going to say this right now, there should be no black billionaires in the world until Africa is developed. To me, if you're a billionaire in Africa and you got people in your same country that live in hand to mouth with no running water and that's a freaking crime. You know? And don't tell me about no capitalism bullshit. You know, that's another thing I want to talk about too. I believe in people making money, investing and everything like that, but capitalism should have a social responsibility. You can't have one group of people getting rich. It's usually getting rich at the expense of the basic development and basic infrastructure. Now, the people all got the basics. You got electricity, paved roads, and light. Go right ahead, you know, make your billions. If people got jobs, they got savings and all stuff like that, and you're employing people, you can make all the money. You can become a trillionaire as far as I'm concerned. But when you got a couple of people talk about these are the richest Africans or whatnot, and the majority of people in their country are living on $1 a week and whatnot, there's something wrong with that. You know? Imagine making a James Bond like car crash, see it drop it. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting, man. You know, how they gonna have a country? Well, you said so, but they make movies nowadays, right? A lot of scenes you see in movies aren't even real. They have this is what they call a green screen, right? And you think they're on a spaceship, like in the Marvel movie. You think you're on a spaceship, but it's actually they're in a studio, and it's all a green screen, you know. And so you could do it like that. You could fake it. It's like a fake. You know, that's the way you can do it right there. But still, though, man, you gotta have you still gotta basically, you know, have some sort of infrastructure when you talk about things, because you know how the studio gonna work with not consistent power and electricity and stuff. You know. How you gonna do that without consistent power and electricity? You know.
Yes, brother. Serious business, man. That is gonna be a problem. Here we go.
He says that's why I can't knock Paul Kagame. He's doing everybody. Yo, look. Let me tell you how sick the deadly clown culture is in the black race, right? I have this dude that's not a friend of mine, whatever. He's from the Congo, right? You see him on Dynasty's channel, right? You know, you see him in the chat room. He's always going at me like this. He calls himself Congo, right? Whatever. He lives in Ohio, right? He hates Paul Kagame. He says he put a curse on Paul Kagame. I said it must have been a blessing because Paul Kagame's doing really well. This guy's always constantly saying that we need to wipe out the Tutsis. They need to be wiped out and everything like that. Nothing about the friggin' thing. And he calls himself a Pan-Africanist. You know?
All he does is want to kill other black people.
Yeah, he wants to exterminate Paul Kagame, the Tutsis, you know? Because your country's dusty, the Congo, right? You know, they got people in the Congo right now, 5-year-old kids should be in school right now, having dirty bags and whatnot, and like that. And also, they said all the companies that buy the coltan on high level said that doesn't exist. I forgot the name of the type of mining that is. It's supposed to be a mining which is used by machines, right? Handheld mining is supposed to be illegal in the world. No country in the world is supposed to be doing that. Just like you have the blood diamond situation, diamonds mined by children, whatever like that, So you got blood mineral situation in Congo. But these countries are making so much money off the cobalt and the coltan and all stuff like that. No one's saying anything. And no one's saying anything because instead of black people seeing their fellow black people suffering like that, right? All we care about is eating jollof rice and going on vacation and stuff like that, And no one's saying anything about it. No one's saying anything about what's going on in Congo, and no one's saying like this. And so when the question happens, right? Let's go a scapegoat to Paul Kagame. Paul Kagame's buying cobalt and coltan, right? Legally, whatever like that, how you got it right. And he's basically competing, making those computers and computer chips and everything like that with the products. So at least he's doing something positive with it. Paul Kagame, because of Paul Kagame, they shut down all those mission schools right now. Everybody has public education. Paul Kagame, Rwanda is on his way to be a first world country. Paul Kagame is going to make Rwanda the technology center of the continent, of the region. That means banking, all that stuff like that, instead of being offshore to Europe, could be done now in Rwanda. But now you want to bum rush Paul Kagame, uproot him and fucking destroy and everything. And then you got the president of Congo talking about, yeah, we got to stop Paul. It's out of envy and jealousy. People always want to point to another person instead of pointing to themselves. And this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about: fake ass Pan-African, fake ass Pan-African unity. If I listen to somebody and all you do is talk about another black person, you ain't a Pan-Africanist. If you're African American and you got nothing but loathing and disdain for your own community and whatnot, you ain't a Pan-Africanist. Stop faking it. Anybody that talks about how black people, like people talk about Liberia, oh, the American Liberians, well, you got people fucking in Liberia. Oh, the American came in when that weren't even alive when the American Liberians, so-called, were in power when that. Talking about the American Liberians, they're living in America. Talking about this and the other thing. They got so much disdain for other people. It's so easy for people to hate their own race and people and everything in the black race. But other people, you know what they do? Asians, they may hate each other right now, but when it comes to us, they're united. Europeans have shown us for 500 years, right? The Portuguese, Dutch, and everything like that. Whatever it was when it first started, when the Africans are trying to play the Dutch against the Portuguese, they say, hey, look, man, we got to win. We got to keep slavery going. Man. We got to like that. Africans were never able to get the upper hand between the Dutch and the Portuguese and play because the Europeans are always on code. Africans will always break that code. Anytime Africans make peace, Europeans will come in there, give one side guns and everything like that to fight each other. And the same thing goes on now. Africans and African Americans would rather pick fights with each other than looking at each other as allies and everything. Why? Because it's easier to fight against people that look like yourself because you feel you can get away with it. And so, like I said, going forward, we're not going to have that stuff no more. We're not going to have that.
Yes, Kala, dropping the science, man. Dropping the science. It's almost 4 o'clock, brother. And sorry, it's almost 3 o'clock and it's almost 4 hours. And
let me read some more of these comments. It says, I don't know why the AU support Maxwell. I don't know who that is. Support Maxwell. I don't know who that is. Somebody can explain who that is.
Maxwell, don't know either.
Post
the link again for them to join.
Yeah. Put a link and join. Tell us who that is. Just every country had a Kagame and Tutsi, they would be better off. Yeah. But people jealousy and everything like that. You got people sitting in another country in South Africa. Oh, Paul Kagame went out. What the hell you care? And said Rwanda making tablets. Yeah, it's cell phones. Yeah, it's tablets and everything. How can I be mad at that? If Liberia half the population of Black America, yeah, half the population of Black. Yeah, Liberia had about 1 million Black people from the Americas and diaspora. It'd be a first world country easily. Easily. I know that. If Liberia basically never had that coup in 1980, it'll be a first world country. You know, so that's what we gotta keep pushing on, man. You know, we gotta keep pushing on. Gotta keep pushing on because, you know, nobody's gonna change the situation but us. You know, Liberia is an excellent country, but it just needs people. You know, Africa needs people. All the black people in America. Also, when you go to Africa, man, we gotta basically have a safe haven. You know, we have to build these communities and we have to be strong. You know, so people can have all the basics, you know, health care, and all stuff like that, or you know, so we can actually live on a continent. You know, you have to have that infrastructure. We're not asking for a whole lot, world. You know, all black people in the world needs the basics, and they're happy. If you have all the basics, healthcare, good roads, good infrastructure, railways, and everything like that, is that too much to ask for? That's not a whole lot to ask for. You got the white man got everything. He got the most developed countries in Europe. He got everything. You know, you got these countries like Zurich and Switzerland and stuff like that. You got people. They have trains that go through mountains and everything like that. They got all the infrastructure. They got all that stuff like that in Europe. And railways connecting every major city, highways connecting every cities and everything like that. And what does Africa got? After 400 years of dealing with Europeans, nothing. You know, not a damn thing. Yeah, West Africa was bled dry, all its human resources for 500 years. And we gotta act like we're apologizing because we're coming back and trying to build what was already was ours to begin with. You know, I gotta apologize for freaking going to the continent of my ancestors and trying to build. You know, so all this nonsense. So let these fucking people like Afro dumbass, you know, deadly clowns like him try to throw you off your game. You know, don't let these people tell you that you don't belong. Yeah, and by the way, speaking of deadly clowns, Afro dumbass says he's going to build an enclave, Brad. He's going to build an enclave in the Gambia. I got an enclave. I'm going to build an enclave. I'm going to build my own thing like Bomani in the Gambia, you know. He's like, all Africans, only Africans, true Africans are going to be allowed in there. Okay.
He's trying to be he's trying to be funny.
This motherfucker was dead serious.
And this is the insult and disrespect these people come with, and then you know, and then you have other so-called then you have other people who defend them and literally just you know like your boy you know your boy like when you gotta call these people names like your boy literally just going on these people's show and literally just you know, and they don't got no smoke for them. You know what I mean?
Oh well, what it is they think they're gonna form some alliance with the anti-Pan-African Africans. They think that's gonna work. It's not gonna work. They think somehow, yeah, if I get with these clown ass niggas that hate Pan-Africanism, like we're gonna bow down to a fucking fool like Afro dumbass, you know?
Yeah, Afro dumbass could build what he needs to build, and him and his true Africans, we will see how far they get because think about it. Think about it. How long has the African continent been there?
Yeah, it was in there forever, and they haven't built shit.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that. See, I'm not gonna say all of that, but
the people like him, you know what he is?
People like himself.
He's a wannabe African elite.
The thing of it is, it's not like me and yourself from the diaspora, you know, are there stopping people like himself from doing anything. It's not like me and you are stopping anybody from in Africa from doing anything. Only thing that we're here to do is as a people is to connect so we can, you know, figure things out together and build together. That's the only thing I've ever mentioned. But you know, like I mentioned to people, we're not stopping nobody from doing what they need to do. So don't blame us when you don't get what you need to get done and build what you need to build. Because last I remember all the countries that I've been to, I remember how the countries were. And I remember the countries I've been to where you have people from, you know, whether they're getting foreign investors or people from the diaspora, you see some level of improvements and some level of things going on.
Right.
So we as a people are a blessing on the African continent. And if anyone don't look at that and respect that.
His whole platform, Afro dumbass whole platform is he's like Nostradamus. He's coming to warn about the coming return of the slave.
The thing of it is, people, it's like, what if all the black people decide they're going to go to Africa and say, you know what, I'm not going to Africa, I'm gonna stay in America and stay where they are.
They'll have something else to complain about. They'll say, you ain't going to Africa, y'all love America. They'll do that. What you do? it's like this: you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Exactly. You know, because people like I'll be the first one to tell people literally that most of us who have these plans to live and do things in Africa, we don't have to do that. We have options.
Right.
You know? And last time I remember, America is not the worst place to live.
Yeah, like I said, I love the city I live in, man. God damn, I love this place. You got plenty of black people, got mansions, black people living good and everything like that. I live in a nice,
but the fact that we're trying to extend our enterprise and build
but
our
there's
own.
there's a void that says we should be doing, because why? I'll tell you why. Right.
I mean, the fact that we as a people are extending our energy,
Right. I'll tell you why.
That's something to applaud and something to show respect for someone, because I'm literally, again, most of us don't have to make that choice.
We don't.
You can stay in your career, build what you need to do, and then enjoy your life, and it's what it is. And last I remember, no matter how bad people make it seem, everywhere else is much worse.
Yeah.
But at the same time too, I do believe that we can build a future in Africa. But if it's gonna be a certain way, it's not gonna get done. If we keep on sending people, and then people keep on messing up our business and things, and like one of the biggest issues that we have in Ghana and in Africa in general is just not in Africa in general, but Ghana, since we're talking about Ghana, is the fact that our people from the diaspora are coming there and they're getting ripped off for land. They're not getting things done that they're paying for, and this is a popular thing. Now, these are things that need to be reported versus someone complaining about somebody bribing. I'm not worried about no little $1 or $2 about bribing and tipping. I'm worried about real business money that people are using to build their real estate, and that's getting they're getting shaken down.
Yeah.
So instead of him making his little cute little videos, make a video about your people robbing our people and your people setting our people back.
You tell me he hasn't done a video about that yet?
No, he's not going to talk about that. He's not going to have those conversations about that. But he's going to.
Oh, you're right about that, because one time somebody did do a video about that, right? And then out of nowhere, I look at the comments, Woody Maya was in there, Nah, they ain't like that with African Americans. Somebody made a comment about African Americans getting ripped off for land, whatever, something like that, right? And then all of a sudden, I'm sitting there scrolling, like 2 days later, Woody Maya, somebody sent the video to Woody Maya. And Woody Maya was like, nah, it ain't like that. Ghana, African Americans, or welcome, whatnot. He was
and I'm gonna keep my stance on me always pushing positive energy in different countries, but he don't know. He doesn't, like I mentioned to people. If these people, you can't call them and do anything with them. They just mouthpieces on YouTube that's pushing their energy to market themselves, to get people to send them donations or build up their viewership. That's it. They're not there to help nobody do anything. The fact of the matter, brother, you have your platform. Your people are robbing people for land and doing a bunch of ridiculous stuff that's causing a lot of people to lose concentration of being here in Ghana. Now, that is more important than you going to an embassy complaining about people getting bribed. That's what I'm saying.
You're right about that, because it wasn't against the Ghana. He talked about Togo. He made sure that it wasn't Ghana that did it wrong. It was Togo. I didn't think
that tribalism and the foolishness.
Yeah.
I mean, so the person made a comment about the land situation going on, and then he's making say, oh, this doesn't happen. But then you're quick to go over there to Togo talking about why they're doing this. That's what I'm saying. People like himself and all these other people on YouTube are all clowns. And if people want to keep on supporting them and keep on do what you need to do if that makes you happy and that entertain you. But I'm telling people, my life is dedicated to building a future for my son, my family, my brothers and sisters, our children, our people, the future of Black African people. And it's not about no one individual, myself shining, nothing like that. It's about getting out there and getting things done.
Right.
So anyone who wants to ever join us or connect with us, you always see the number there. We're always trying to connect with people and do real work and make things happen, because we can't let these circus clowns on YouTube be like a representation of what Pan-Africanism. That's not Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is not me going to argue with people at the border about certain things, especially when they speak a different language. Pan-Africanism will be more of you go to your government and say, hey, my followers are saying these things are going on with our people here. How can we do something? He's not going to do that, because that's too much of a work to do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And,
you're right.
And like I said, when And that's what I'm telling people when they call me. Don't talk to me about these other YouTubers. I got nothing. I got nothing to dialogue with you about them. You know, I mean, I'm about building what we're building. You know, we're on here for a specific reason. We're not in here for try to build up viewership or hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Give me more views. Give me more views. Send me some super chat. I'm not into all of that. You know what I'm saying? And even when you look at my last set of videos, it's videos with us doing cultural dances at One Africa. You know, cultural entertainment. You know, that's culture. Our group enjoying paradise. You know, us out on the boat. Us, and enjoying life in Africa, eating good quality food in a good restaurant, not eating off the streets and things like that. I'm not here to, it's like too much of people that's fed need to be on YouTube to prove something to somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I remember the name of that restaurant in Liberia. It's called Evelyn's.
Evelyn's.
Yo, you talk about some good food and ambiance and everything like that. Oh, I can't wait till we go there, bro. It's on 16th Street in Liberia. Yeah, Liberia looks like a little what that part of Liberia looks like. It's like you're like what I like about Liberia is like I feel like I'm in like watching the old Starsky and Hutch, 1970s Los Angeles. You know, the way the restaurants look and everything like that, man. Liberians, man, they had Liberia wants to be. We're gonna get it back like that. Liberia's a beautiful country.
Yeah, we just gotta keep on working on these things, brother. It will happen. And things like that. Let me just get this next comment.
That's for you.
Yeah, basically, what I'm saying to people is most of these people on YouTube are clowns. They're not about any business. If you try to send them a message or communicate with them, they cannot communicate. So I'm done wasting my time with people. I'm telling people, like people asking, have you ever tried to reach out to this person? I'm like, yeah, we try to reach out to people all the time. People are not willing to work together to do anything. They're just on there for their own personal gains and their own personal marketing. That's it. But I'm saying, which is fine, but don't talk like you about Pan-Africanism and nation building. Pan-Africanism and nation building is not the way I act. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If you ain't working together to build anything with your people, you ain't about Pan-Africanism. That's not it. And I'm not all into all of these titles anyway. But anyway, so I even had one of my good brothers. I was asking him to do some public relations to me. I was telling him to reach out to the character that we just put up there on the page, and things like that, and even send me his information. You know me. One thing about me, and I will call you, and if I don't get you, I'm gonna message you or email you something, or do all of them, and I'm gonna communicate. So when I'm telling people, I'm talking about this is my experience. Black YouTube is a clown circus. Literally, these people are literally just, clowns, comedians, they're jokers. I mean, because when you ask them what are they involved with, serious, or when people reach out to you, do you communicate back with them? Do you try to build anything with them? A bunch of people just, like I mentioned, communicate with me, and just communicate back with them. It's that simple. You find out what people, I'm not gonna know what you want or how we can connect if I don't answer your call or don't answer your text. And things like that, or answer your email. It's a simple thing. And me, for the most part, if I'm going to communicate with you, it's a direct message and it's right in English, clear, right to the point. And I have to keep up with a whole lot of people. So I'm glad that person posted that comment up, because it's not to attack that person or anything, but I'm telling people that stop worshiping these people on YouTube. All they are is just entertainers. Just like it's kind of like if you went to go somewhere else and just see somebody play a sport, you're the spectator and they're the entertainer. That's it. They're not a person trying to make any Black power moves and trying to change the narrative of anything and trying to build anything strong and trying to organize and work with other people. Like just like example, me and you connecting together and working what we're working on. That's Black power. That's Pan-Africanism. That's nation building. You're not connecting to Ghana, Liberia, and doing our Black Power Pan-African show and connecting all types of people, even when we physically here working our business, connecting them to the different countries in Africa and giving them great consultation. And then if people reach out to us, we communicate back with them and we connect with them.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, man, because of the Ministry of Tourism heard about us and everything, I got a diplomatic special passport from the Ministry of Tourism. Not passport, but visa.
Visa.
A visa from the tourism. But that's groundbreaking. And I told myself I'll still pay the fee. I paid $100, but that's more less than what if I have to pay if I have to send it to these visa companies over here. I'll be paying like $350. I paid $350 last time I went, you know. Now I have to pay $100, you know, and I think that's not in just 1 year. That's permanent, you know. I can come to the country anytime I want to, you know, because I got a special diplomatic visa or whatever like that, you know. But when you do your work and everything, people see the work with the energy we're trying to bring to Liberia, as tourism and stuff like that, you know. They'll reach back out to you and make things happen for you. There's a lot of opportunity in Liberia and Ghana and some places like that, you know. But you know, we just need people. What happens is, my brother said it's about splinter groups, right? Splinter groups has to do with this, and I'm not gonna knock nobody's woman or nothing like that, right? It's usually right when somebody makes a move to go to Africa like that, they somehow got this king syndrome, you know. You know, they're like, yo, man, you know, I got a YouTube following. I'm going to this place like that. So I want to go and get my YouTube channel, build my subscribers up, right? And talk a bunch of nonsense and talk a bunch of stuff and whatnot, you know? And instead of basically saying, you know something, man, let's sacrifice my individual stuff for the greater cause, right? Perfect example is how many groups have splintered off from you and try and doing their own thing in Ghana, you know? It's, I'm gonna build my own land. I don't need. What if
it didn't spend off for me? There's copycats.
Copycats, you know, and copycats say, "Look, I'm just gonna do my thing. Forget Bomani." Why? Because they want that shine. You know, it's pride. You know, pride goes before the fall. You know, people like I'm gonna go do my own thing. You know, I got my own YouTube channel. I got my own chat. You know, I'm gonna do my own thing. You know, I got my own following and everything like that. You know, that's fine. You know, but when you look up and 5 years pass by and really nothing's accomplished and nothing's done, you wonder why, what happened. And then what happens is, like I said years ago, people are going to end up turning on each other, you know? Well, it's because of him, blah, 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 and all kinds of stuff like this. Instead of saying, look, you know, let's work on the thing. That's why I said, me, it's important, imperative for me that Chigazi, the community in Ghana, gets up and running and everything. Why? Because that's going to tell the world that look what we accomplished, right? And then we're going to be able to take that to any country in Africa and say, this is what we built over here. This is what we're going to build there. And then we might have investors that come and say, oh, you guys are successful over here. I got $50 million to give you guys, you know, to invest in this project. You know, that's what happens. We're doing the work right now, you know, and we're delaying our gratification to make sure that in the future, we're going to attract this sort of people, because when people are going to have confidence in us, that we can get the job done. You know, if people would have basically got on one page, say, look, man, you're trying to build an app. Let's all concentrate in one region. Let's build this, right? And then later on, you know, when everybody's successful and everything's up and running, we got infrastructure and everything like that. And then people say, okay, I can go do my thing. That's what white people do. You know, they say, okay, we did this, and I'm going to go off and do this right here. We accomplished that together. Black people, we don't want to work together. That's why I said, when people ask me about Ubuntu, man, you know, all this kind of stuff like Ubuntu, you know, I want to see it. Ubuntu, like, work together and all this kind of stuff like that. I don't want to see it, because when it comes to black people, right, Ubuntu is good when we're talking about it in theory. But when it comes down to practice and people putting their time, money, and effort into it, nobody wants to do no Ubuntu. Everybody's like, it's all about me too. It's all about me, I. Yeah. Dr. Arikana said the AUC's content expected says has a home in Africa, you know, but she is sure whether Africa ATL has a what? Dr. Arikana said that AUC's continental expats live as U.S. citizens. As having a home in Africa, but is unsure whether an African ATL has an African home. She wants to change. So, like I said, it's a joke. The African Union is a freaking running joke. The African Union is not a Pan-African organization. The original OAU was a Pan-African organization. That's why they had to destroy it. The African Union is a neo-colonial arm of the EU and all these other things. The African Union, all the African Union does is it protects, it empowers the dictators and the rapers and the pillagers of Africa. It gives them cover. The EU has no sanction power. It has no arrest power. Let me tell you something about folks in the real world. if you build anything, if you don't have the power of reward and punishment, you have really nothing. If you can't reward people with contracts and infrastructure and money and stuff like that, right, and resources, and you can't punish people by sanction, military intervention, and all stuff like that, or holding people, there's no African World Criminal Court. So any African leader right now could commit crimes against their country, steal resources, steal anything and everything. And the bottom line is they have these fake ass election process, right? All elected officials and everything. And so Africans are using by fiat, using the so-called election system to, or when they're in power, to loot as much as they can and basically hope they get a second term, whatever. Or in cases like Uganda, Museveni is supposed to be out of office because he's too old. He changed the constitution, with some people he bought off, and they changed the constitution. And they had that Bobby Wine in prison. Paul Biya has been in power for 40 years in Cameroon, right? Cameroon hasn't seen no improvement, right? So all this stuff goes on the continent, right? There's people doing nefarious things, and nobody's held accountable. So tell me what the African Union is for. The African Union is nothing but a dictators club. They protect their own interests and everything like that. That's the only reason why they're in it, to protect themselves. So somebody don't say something bad about them. Oh, I'm doing this and everything. And basically to shore up back at home, right? The African leaders only participate in these bodies to basically tell the people back home, I'm still in charge, I'm in power. So when you got a corrupt president who's doing nothing for his people, like the president of Equatorial Guinea, where people live in squalor while his son has 20 or 30 Lamborghinis and living around the world and going out with these white girls and everything like that. And he's nothing, he was put there by multinational oil companies, right? He had a coup and they put him in power, and they basically, the media propped him up, all this president, and he just recently elected himself to the 5th term in Equatorial Guinea, while the people have absolutely nothing. And the bottom line is not a peep from the African Union, not a peep from the Pan-Africanist so-called community in the West and everything like that. No one cares about that. No one's even serious about what's going on in the African continent. But they want, just go to Africa, go to Africa, go to Africa. Just go to Africa, quit your job, come on, go to Africa, go to Africa, go to Africa. All this stupid nonsense. No plan. Where's our bank? Where's our investment club? Where's our networks and everything like that? How do we network? How do we sustain ourselves? How do we take care of ourselves? How do we create jobs? How do we feed ourselves and all the stuff like this? Oh, just go to Africa. Just go to Africa. You can live in Africa and just go to Africa, whatnot, So this is why I said these clowns was running the Pan-African movement. I'm serving notice on all of them. If you're talking this bringing nonsense and all of that, I will come after you. As simple as that. Because you have no right to tell somebody, brainwash somebody into doing something, right? Go to and using people's emotion. Oh, go to Africa. I love the African continent. I wish I could live there. But I know reality is not, that's not my reality right now. Well, I would love to be able to, tomorrow, I would dream about bringing 5 million people to the continent, building the nation. But I know that's not reality. I'm not going to tell you it's reality. But we can support brothers like Bomani, who's building a community. Matter of fact, one of my guys in the BAO, man, I'm going to tell him that, look, you should consider Ghana. Never thought about that, you should go to Ghana if you want to build a business and stuff like that, and I'm going to encourage him to go to, go to the Black Power Star community, He has money, he has resources, he could be a guy, he has skills, he owns a business and everything. And he's looking to live in Africa. He wants his son to live in Africa. So that's what we mean by giving people good counsel. Now for a long time I would talk about Liberia when but I said, well, the type of business you're doing, I can't guarantee you're gonna get contracts, everything. I love Liberia, but I would not tell him to go to Liberia. He was along with a couple other guys, with the people I was sending to Angola, but that got messed up because of the COVID. We might still go to Angola one day. But he had contracts lined up in Angola. We had contracts to build fiber optics and redo Angola's whole cyber system. I had 2 major guys getting ready to go in and do a major thing. That would have put the BAO on the map, but it didn't happen. but it still can happen and everything like that, you know, because COVID's over now, and we'll revisit that in the future. I'll see what these guys want to do. But in the meantime, I'm gonna tell them, I say, look, man, look at Ghana, you know, look at Ghana. The only thing about Ghana was, you know, was because he tried to go to Ghana, and somebody said they wanted half his business. He don't want to do that. So that's a problem. You know, I'm just being upfront. That's a problem. Somebody told him when he looked into it and everything, he had to have half Ghanaian partners for his business that he wanted to do. He said he don't want no partners. It still could happen if somehow, some way, there might be a loophole for that. That's another thing, brother. We got to talk about. People talk about the diaspora's coming to Ghana, right? That would be a thing right there where we could waive that thing. Yeah, we can't change that, but you could hopefully spark the brain that way. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to put the ideas out there. When people listen to this show and stuff like that, say, you know something? I was inspired by what Kala said, you know? And then now it will catch on. But, you know.
Yeah, serious business, my brother. It is late. I was trying to get us to hold at 2 hours because, you know, out. And all right, so that is
let me ask
right there.
One more question. Dr. Arquette says Zim, due to having fought for its independence from white settlers and during sanctions due to land takeback, is a receptive place for Africa as a homeland. Yo, that's so, but Zimbabwe still has sanctions on it, you know? And if we go to Zimbabwe, you know, if it has U.S. sanctions on it, we could be subject to U.S. law. Just like you go to Cuba, when the Helms-Burton rules and everything, if you're invested in anything in Cuba that the government deems as U.S. property, you could be arrested, you know? So all these things really play out. Yeah, it'd be a nice place to go to, but we can't do much if we have assets frozen and stuff like that, you know? You know, everybody wants Black America to do that bidding and everything like that, you know? What could have happened was when these people came to America, all African countries came to America, the first thing they should have said was, you got to lift those racist sanctions against Zimbabwe, Joe Biden. You're supposed to be a lover of Black people, right? Lift those sanctions against Zimbabwe. Nobody said that. Every African country was out for themselves. And the Black people in America have completely forgotten about that. Because the Pan-African community is not talking about it. You know, this is U.S. has been $55. What about the sanctions on Zimbabwe? Oh, I'll think about that, you know. All foolishness. But I know, but we got to go. It's been 4.5 hours, long show.
Yes.
And we dealt blow to the deadly clowns out there. You know, we went easy on them tonight. You know, it ain't over yet, folks. It ain't over. You're gonna have more of these shows and whatnot. You know,
I don't think that was easy on them.
Yeah, we were easy on them tonight, right? We didn't really call any names and everything like that, but that's not gonna happen in the future. You know, we're gonna watch and see. I'm gonna watch and see the people. I know they're watching this stuff. I know they're watching and everything. I'm gonna see if people change. I'm gonna see if the community and the discourse change. Because the only thing we have right now is social media. You know, and I'm gonna see if the discourse and the dialogue change in the next couple of weeks. If not, I'm gonna come back with some fire and I'm gonna call names and everything like that. You know.
Yes, absolutely, brother. Definitely that will work. Let me see what these folks are talking about. This guy asks a lot of questions.
Yeah, I wish you would come on. Why didn't they President Biden line to? Look, I said that a long time. Didn't I say that? Wasn't I saying that, Bomani? You know, that's the first thing I said.
Yeah, I do remember you saying that. But
and then this Eric Adams clown talking about this is an African city. This is an African city. The fucking goofball, cornball. You know.
I mean, that's the thing. All folks are going to run their mouth when it's time to organize and actually put a tactical game plan together to make some moves and make things happen. You get nothing from them. Just mouth. So
just mouth. You know.
So politicians.
Yeah. Yeah, more
We
leaders
need
like
more
Professor
leaders like
Yeah, we need more leaders like Gandhi, Professor Moore. But black people don't want to listen to people like that. You know, we don't want to talk about Kagame and Lumumba and all these other people that's out there. All we want to do is just talk a bunch of nonsense and everything. You know, it's like I said, it's time to get serious about this Pan African stuff and get the hell off the stage. You know, the sanctions on Zimbabwe. How come black people opposed on Pan Africans have nothing to say about that? You know?
yeah, that's what they do. They just get themselves these titles. It's kind of like all them people call themselves prince. You're the prince of this, the prince of that, the prince of this, the prince of that.
Yeah, that's my boy though. I ain't talking about him, but he's my boy though. He's my boy, but hey, he's learning.
There's a lot of people named Prince.
Yeah. Prince the
And
singer.
No, I'm talking about Prince of many things. They call themselves, this titles and things. I'm not saying, literally all of these self-proclaimed titles and things like that. You know what I mean? Then at the end of the day, what gets actually built other than the only thing I see get built is egos with all these names and all these titles.
I refuse to get a chieftaincy and all this kind of stupid stuff that they're giving out, I refuse to do it. Don't give me a chieftaincy. I don't want to be a prince. I don't want to be nobody. Oh, come here, you found your DNA and whatnot. Yeah, I'm a prince. All this stupid stuff, Yeah, I'm a prince in Guinea-Bissau and whatnot,
people be texting like I haven't called anybody's name. I said a few things and people like the first you're the main one, like you pop people's name up. I'm like, all I gotta say is like, yeah, I don't specifically talk about no one person. It's because a bunch of people who fit these characteristics of
well, I know you were.
This person's texting Dr. Umar laughing out loud, but
he just
it's not necessarily talking about him. He's one of the people with a title.
The Prince of Pan-Africanism. Okay. All right. Okay. The Prince of Pan-Africanism. King
in order for us to get this done, man, it has to be more than this ego tripping and this self-proclaimed this entitlement of that I'm this, I'm that. I mean, you're just a regular person like everybody else.
I'm so and so. I'm this. I'm that. Y'all just wick whack. You're just wick whack.
Yeah, remember that right there.
Oh, just wick.
So it's not about who talked the loudest and the hardest, family, and who talks about how many degrees and how many things that they have and how many places they've been to in Africa and all those things. It's like, what are you willing to do to commit to working together with other people and building something for the future of our children?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because it's hard to tell what's really getting done. Only thing you just hear is just a bunch of this big mouth. Like people send me videos and things. This person on YouTube, I'm like, yo, I'm not watching that video. I don't have time to sit there and watch. Oh, do you see this person on YouTube? Well, and then you listen to them and like, okay, what was they talking about? Okay, well, was I supposed to get something? Did I miss something?
Yeah. It's the same old. We've been talking.
It's nothing serious,
Black
They're not sending me nothing serious that's gonna change the scope of anything. It's just someone else running their mouth.
The time is talking over. Now it's time to start.
And once again, that's fine because it's YouTube. That's what YouTube is made for. But don't make it seem like you're about that business and that life of building anything. That's why this title say Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. I mean, we're building that global black business pipeline, serious business.
Pan-Africanism has to be towards nationhood and nation building. Other than that, it's nothing. And like I said tonight, right? You got we got redundant states and everything like that. Now you think about a year. We're in January, we're February already, right? And you see the trajectory. If you see when you see Africa and the countries and everything like that, everybody's complaining about the currency is weak, the problems that probably a year ago, right? It's never a situation where a year later now things are going good and whatnot. I see that in Asian countries and everything. The stock market rallied and boom, 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 this company and everything. And next thing you know, they're caking off. Africa is just year after year of just misery and just we're not doing this and stuff like that. And like I said, when these youth coming up and whatnot, these people are going to get tired of the same old. These youth are going to start rioting in the streets because they see all this stuff in the social media. They see all the lifestyle that people living abroad and stuff like that That's why they're dying at sea trying to get out of the continent. Country like
You know, man. And that's a story you have to literally connect you back with a whole lot more family.
So we're basically, like I said, we're just giving the vision out there, and hopefully you will join us and everything like that. We got ideas in countries like Ghana and Liberia right now, and hopefully, when we start building this stuff, we'll, it'll branch off to other countries. But main thing I want to leave people with tonight is this: we have to work together as African Americans and African diasporans on the African continent. There's no other way. There's no other way. Anybody tells you that we don't need to work together or we're just basically like that, you are basically misleading people. You are a fool. You are a deadly clown, because the bottom line is this, because people always tell me all the time. I've had people from Namibia tell me, you guys should come over here and build your own enclave like the Chinese do. They want you to build communities. Why? Because when you build communities, right, they know you can take care of yourself and you're adding value to the country.
Exactly.
You're
self-sufficient. There you go.
You're self-sufficient. They don't want you can't go over there with your hand out talking about not only you don't have any health care, you don't have any money, but you also want a free visa, you want land, you want all this kind of stuff. You're a burden. Now I can see women, one type of women can always get married down over there, stuff like that. But men, and then you talk about their going over there. Are you trying to get a wife or anything like that? How are you gonna get a wife if you don't have any money? You can't take care of yourself. How does that look?
There you go, brother. Let's close on that note, man. We will keep on rolling, but appreciate your family. Let me close out, and we will connect back with you next time.
Tuesday night, brother.
All right. Appreciate you, brother. You take care, and I'll connect back with you.
All right, brother. Peace.